It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
You're in trouble.
Wait! No! I don't think that! I told you! When there's trouble. I told you we'd catch that crook.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, is true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making is golden, you see. Cause the car's crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. The Crimson Tower of modern art. Triple cup, triple cup.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible Phil S. Marks. And it is the 4th of July. Canada Day was a couple days ago. Whatever. You guys were here chilling with me for that. And so I'm here chilling with you. For those of you, I'm sure most people are out grilling glizzies and fucking drinking beers and all of these sorts of things. But I appreciate everybody who's tuning in here tonight to PWT Live Show. Again, wrestling news, very scarce, but we have a hell of a show this Saturday evening. It's actually jam-packed. If you're one of the people who like the dirt sheet fails and the sicko, you're not as much into the news. That's like, you know, WWE, AEW, they're both kind of cold right now. As far as, well, I don't know. I argue WWE's really good. I watched SmackDown. I saw people complaining about it. I liked SmackDown. It was a good episode of SmackDown, I thought. Personally, I don't know. Am I just a knee drone? Am I just, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's good shit. Triple A's on tonight. Lucha Libre. We'll throw that on in a little bit. If we're still, I believe I'll still be on the air. And MLW Fusion went down, which we do have something from Fusion to talk about here right at the top of the hour, I guess. I don't know, top of the show, whatever. And other than that, I haven't seen it. I didn't see this episode of Fusion. So we'll definitely do our best to check that out over this weekend for sure. Guys, I can't thank you enough for being. It's the 4th of July, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're here, I mean, you're an uber sicko, Mark. If you're here with me, chilling, talking about wrestling, and I love you. I love you.
You are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
And we all are. And that's why we get together and we gather here on this day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PWT Live Show. Like I said, the dirt sheets get dragged. More Paul Walter Hauser shit. So I've done like 3 streams in a row, I think, or like 3 of the last 4 have had Paul Walter Hauser in the title in some way. I mixed it up with him a little bit, and then it blew up and came to a head this week, which I can't wait to get into, you know, as we chronicle. Paul Walter Hauser is definitely one of my new fools. And so, you know, we're going to keep chronicling whatever the fuck he's doing. And he quit social media because of the whole Nick Bockwinkel debacle. So we're going to talk about that. Ibou started getting dragged again. Jon Alba, I destroyed him. So did others. But he tweeted at me too this week, and then he just like tapped out because he couldn't logistically, I guess, argue with what it is I was saying. So, you know, chat saying we need you to cook Ibou. I already do. He's like one of my original fools, like one of the original guys that I started like clowning on routinely, you know. Because he's a figure in the IWC. I don't go after just like random fucking accounts unless they're like really going to prominence or like it's something like the other day. Like I don't fucking like AR Gold. The other day I bookmarked him. I was like, you know what? Him going back and forth with MJF, that's worthy of a bookmark. You know what I'm saying? A Phil Marks bookmark. It's a privilege to be a Phil Marks bookmark. I don't know if you know this, but so, guys, let's lock in and shout you guys out for being here. I'm just kind of babbling, letting people file in. Hit like, subscribe, retweet, all that good shit. Super chat in. We may have a sicko segment, too, if there's time and also become a member for 99 cents. And then patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes is pinned to the top of the chat there. And you get access to Member Monday shows. And if YouTube makes anything get clipped out, it never is clipped out on the Patreon version. So go and enjoy that. I appreciate you guys. Those are my plugs. Let's just get right into things, okay? Like I said, news has been kind of cold. Have I watched anything? What has your boy Phil done? Let me think. What have I watched? I watched Obsession. I talked to you guys about that. I watched Tony Hinchcliffe's stand-up special, which was really bad. I regretted watching it because it's just, I've said it a million times, he's just not that funny, like at just pure stand-up, you know? He's just not really, I don't find him that funny. Couple laughs in there. I rewatched Mystery Men. You guys ever see that movie? That's where like it's a Dark Horse comic from back in the day, and it's like Ben Stiller's in it, Janine Garofalo. Yeah, that's her name. And then who else is in it? The girl from fucking Mallrats is in it, which I haven't watched this movie in like 20 years or like 15 years or something. So I watched it and I was like, oh yeah. What's her name? Claire Forlani. You guys remember her from Mallrats? She's in that shit. A bunch of people, like Eddie Izzard, I think, is in it. I think that was him, right? Eddie Izzard, Mystery Men. He's for sure in it. Or she. I think he's a she now or something. I don't know. Look, that aside. Either way, okay. It's a good movie. It's these superheroes who like have powers, but like one of them farts, one of them throws a fork, one of them is really furious, but he doesn't get angry. Like he's not really an angry guy, but he's like, I'm really furious right now. You know, so that's a really, really good movie. And then the music video, hey now, you're an all-star, get your blame on, go play, get your fame on, go play, however the fuck it goes. That music video was like based around the scene in Mystery Men where they're all like casting superheroes and like drinking and shit, having this barbecue, and they're like casting superheroes and they're all like drunk and fucking Dane Cook's like, I'm the waffle man and shit. I don't know. Good movie, man. Very underrated, you know? They should like redo that as like a series. And then, yeah, you know, Canada Day went down. It's America Day today. America, fuck yeah. So happy 250 America. And yeah, I mean, I got family in the States and shit, so I don't, I'm not a fucking hater. I know Canada will be booing your guys' fucking national anthems and stuff. I'm not all about that. It's weird because typically Canadians are real nice and aren't like that, you know, but for some reason there's like this beef being created that like, I don't know. I swear it's just like the media creating this the media, man. It's the me. Oh yeah, we have conspiracy theories with Brie Bella too. Okay, no, it's not conspiracy. Brie Bella's on some like activism shit too, and we're gonna check out this video she made like going after AI and stuff. So we're gonna check this shit out. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, that's all I did. I'm trying to think. I feel like I watched something else that I'm not. I watched SmackDown. Yeah, okay. I think that's it. I don't know. And wrestling's been a little bit cold, you know, news-wise. You look at the headlines today, like you go on X, and it's just like, these are the headlines on X. Cody Rhodes earns rematch with new WWE champion Sami Zayn. WWE main eventers face growing power struggle rumors, which is a rumor from like yesterday that is now trending more like it's more topical in like the IWC right now than anything else. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's pretty sad because that's like a non-story. Oh, main eventers are all power struggling. Okay, isn't that what they're always doing? Like behind the scenes and in front of the camera? That's what fucking wrestling is? I don't know. Is it just me? But some of these headlines, you're like, what? There's problems with Punk and TKO. Name them. What problems? And then fans are discussing the current state of WWE programming and product quality. So, like, if those are the three main things going on in wrestling Twitter, I mean, come on, man. What a slow night. But luckily for you, you guys are listeners, viewers, fans of PWT. And at PWT, we always have tons of other shit to talk about. And tons of, like, segments and things I've been accumulating and working on and producing behind the scenes that we don't even get to sometimes for months and months and months. So that's the beauty of the show. Stay locked in. You don't want to go anywhere. But speaking of boring ass news, we're going to start with the boring ass news. Okay. And I also changed the miscellaneous news folder. I changed the name to Indies/Global. Now, I don't know if that's right, because sometimes I put like shit that just has to do with wrestling in general. But I feel like the Indies and Japan and Mexico are all like blowing up in ways where you almost have to look at them separately. I don't fucking know. I'm figuring things out behind the scenes when it comes to all that. So make sure you guys hit like, subscribe, hit retweet, all that good shit. Rabid Wolverine LC Killer 17 has been a member for 23 goddamn months.
Wrestling's not fake!
And Chris Christman has been a member for 14 months. Thank you guys. I actually acknowledge you guys, and that's what we do here at PWT. We acknowledge members. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. So without further ado, and again, you guys know this, StreamYard fucking mixed up my sounds again. I actually messaged them about it, and then they did email me back asking like specifically what I'm talking about, because it's kind of hard to explain, but ultimately, hopefully there's a resolution. And I was just like, look, quit mixing the sounds up alphabetically. Like, either it's because like I renamed them, whatever, it doesn't matter, but they just keep mixing up the alphabetical order, or however some people log sounds with like, okay, 1 is all like my gun sounds, 3 is all like my laser sounds or whatever, right? But for me, I just typically go alphabetically and then with a little bit of coding. And yeah, boy Phil had to email StreamYard like a Karen.
Be gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into happy 4th of July, happy Canada Day, belated Canada Day. Let's get into miscellaneous indie global pro wrestling news here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, speaking of bad news, for one and possibly not the other, Raja Jackson was booked into LA County Jail today, July 2nd, for the incident involving Psycho Stuart Smith, at a Knox Pro Wrestling event in August 2025. Jackson must serve 90 days in jail, spend 2 years on formal probation, pay $81,000 in restitution to Smith, Psycho Stu. So I don't know, man. Is this, I mean, chat can let me know. I could put a poll in the chat, and maybe I should do this. I'm going to put a poll for like throughout the evening for like who's the biggest fool lately. But I don't know if this is enough. Like, it's hard because this is where you have to break down like, okay, well, he didn't kill him or like paralyze him, but he fucked him up really bad, and that's lifelong damage. So is 90 days and 81 grand, does that make it okay? Fuck no. For Raja Jackson, that's a slap on the wrist. This is a slap on the fucking wrist. Honestly. For Stu, not so. So that's my opinion. You might disagree. You might be like, oh, 2 years on formal probation. It just means like he can't be around weapons and drugs and alcohol. And at least I assume. I'm not sure exactly. But it's just like things that he could have been avoiding already. For all we know, right? He's got curfew. Okay. Can just get someone to phone his PO and fucking tell him that he's home or whatever, you know, like people get around this shit all the time. So to me, I feel like for Raja, and like Quentin Jackson, obviously, who's going to pay that fine? That's a slap on the wrist for him, for like what he did and what his intent was. You know what I'm saying? So fuck this guy. Lock him up. Lock him up. Where's my, I don't have my, none of my fucking sounds are where I want them to be.
Let me out of my misery.
There it is. Lock him up. So here we go. We have some news here, obviously. And I actually want to jump to this tab because I just added something on the fly because it is important. So New Japan star announces retirement after new neck concerns. Okay, so let's take a look here. And again, another New Japan talent with some neck problems. So Tomoaki Honma is getting ready to call it a career. So there you go. He says, I agonize over the... You guys are like, who? I agonize over this endlessly. I've decided to retire. I've been able to do what I love, pro wrestling, for 30 years, and I'm happy about that, but I've agonized over it and made up my mind. And I've made up my mind. Here I go again. So there you go. I mean, he looks like he should wrap it up. Let's be honest. That is someone's grandfather. We move along here, and CMLL this week, according to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, officially broke their own all-time record with its 64th sold-out show of 2026. The record was 63 set over 12 months last year, and this year broke in halfway through the year. So they broke their sellout record from last year with like almost halfway through the year. And they broke it already by one sellout. Obviously, they might even like double it up now. This isn't a cope because it's Dave saying this shit, okay? Let's just leave Dave out of it. But like, we don't know because CMLL owns the building. We don't know who's telling Dave this and if it's technically, and maybe it is, maybe there's reporters on Espanol in Mexico who are like, no, these are absolute sellouts every time. And a lot of people shit on like, oh, well, it's like $10, $8 tickets and shit, but whatever. Like, that's cool. That's awesome. You can go see fucking wrestlers for $8 or whatever. And then when you're doing that all the time, like constantly Arena Mexico selling out, then that shit adds up over a year. So that's all good. That's like a massive W. But we don't know, like, are they actually selling it out? We even saw when Bad Bunny was there was a bunch of empty seats just where they're not filming it. Or I don't even know what airs on the show, but like Dave goes back and goes, a sellout and Bad Bunny's there. And then you look, Bad Bunny's in the crowd, and it's not a knock. Like, they're packed, but behind them, there's like a bunch of empty seats and shit. So it's like, are those all reserved? Like, I don't get it. Is it just Arena Mexico saying they sold out and somebody stooges that to Dave Meltzer and then he just keeps going sellout? Here's a poster that says it's a sellout on Espanol. I believe it. But, and look at it, it's packed. But like, is this when the show started? Empty seats. You can see them, and it's not a lot. But look, a bunch of empty seats all here. So, and look, empty seats down in the middle section. So like, are people filing in? It doesn't look like there's people in the rows. The ring looks lit, and it looks like Mystico's in the fucking ring. So I'm not knocking this, but is it technically a sellout, or do they just go, okay, we're calling... I don't know how many people. Let me just Google it quickly. How many people fit in Arena Mexico at capacity? 16,500 people. So do they just go, okay, if we hit 10,000, we call it a sellout. Or if we hit 12,000, that's a sellout. Or anything above 10, we call it a sellout. And we just say we comp the rest or whatever. And then Dave Meltzer's going, oh, it's so big, Mystico, bigger than Roman Reigns, and all of these sorts of things. Johnny Chevron, yeah, for 2 sweets, says, thoughts on Sammy possibly losing the title on Raw. Thank you for your super chat. We're going to get there. But let's get to WWE news first, okay? So just remind me in a second. D6268727 for 2 sweets says, free the main account, #SpurgLife. Oh, man. I mean, it is PWT episode 262, which is close to 626. You're on your fucking side account, and is that an eagle for fucking America Day, dude? Bald eagle. Oh my god, how can you say no? How can you say no to that? Oh my god, it's pretty funny. You know what? I think you got it. I think you got it. I'm doing a show though, okay? You gotta let me. I gotta jump into YouTube studio and shit. That was a pretty bold move to pull up with a fucking bald eagle and then use the secondary account. Oh my god. Okay, so we move along here. MLW news. I want to touch on this again. This has literally happened tonight. Like, this is how shallow the news folders are today, which is kind of nice. We're gonna just like felt a bunch of fucking noobs here today. Okay, it's gonna be funny. But just announced, Bishop Dyer, Baron Corbin has been stripped of the MLW World Tag Team Championship amid rumors of an upcoming return to WWE. So he is showing up.
All right, Joe, Tom, I literally just stepped out of a series of high-profile meetings with sources inside the MLW office, and we have a major development regarding the World Tag Team Championships, something that could really shift the entire landscape of Major League Wrestling. Now, for weeks, the question has been exactly where is Bishop Dyer? I can now confirm this.
And shout out MLW Fusion and their YouTube channel. Go and subscribe to MLW on YouTube, and big ups to all the people over there.
Between Dyer
and so gracious when you play their clips. Honestly, they are so good about it.
And Major League Wrestling have officially hit a total standstill. Now, my sources tell me that Dyer has been using or attempting to use his status as a World Tag Team Champion as the ultimate leverage. We're talking about a salary bump and perk demands that would make a billionaire blush. Now, the league's response to this had enough. As of this moment, Bishop Dyer has officially been locked out of Major League Wrestling until he returns with a reasonable mindset. But there's a massive catch for the tag team division, and it's this. The front office has ruled that Donovan Dijak will be allowed to remain World Tag Team Champion on one condition: a new tag team partner. Now, the clock is ticking. If Dijak...
What I like about this is the stuff that, like, MLW doesn't do enough TV and shit. Like, obviously they're trying to get a TV deal, right? But they're on YouTube and they could do more shows, but they don't do like enough in your face. Like, they don't have another show like Fusion or like double up on the Fusions every week, or they don't go 3 hours long. So they can't like flesh all of the, like, this is a sports element where there's a reporter who can say, we've gotten word. Like, Tone needs something like this, where he doesn't even need to be on camera, but in MLW, they're like, we've gotten word that, like, here's the stipulation. This is what the contract's laid out. We're going to see these guys with his ultimatum later tonight, etc. And it's just quick things like this that you don't need too much TV time or whatever to put out there, and it just adds so much story. And this is the shit that, like, Tone jumps on his fucking Twitter live for AEW and tries and explains shit where it's like, why don't you just do this? Take a minute. This is a minute 23. Take a minute out of your fucking long ass show. Shave one of these matches a minute. Penalize someone for going over if you don't have a minute to air your fucking thing. That comes out of someone's entrance time or something. If they keep going over on their match time, like, God damn it.
can find a partner by the
And this is all taped and everything. I know that, but it's like this little thing here just makes it feel sports-ish. Oh shit. So he's getting stripped and there's an ultimatum, and the people in charge of everything, the management, have confirmed that Dijak also, like, he has the choice. He can remain champion if he wants, one half of the tag champions. But as far as Corbin, he's stripped, and then that puts Dijak in a predicament. Like, there you're setting shit up, and then you don't have to go like, well, why? I don't know. Commissions do crazy shit all the time. They change things up all the fucking time. You know, you get rule changes in NFL. They fucking started fucking around with the kickoff return and shit even. So, like, I don't know. Things things happen, and you got to go. Okay, it's situation by situation, and he's stripped. Dijak can either stay champion or he can vacate his half of the title as well. He has to find somebody if he wants to stay champion. He needs a suitable replacement. Corbin, we need to hear from him. There's been rumors they leaned into the dirt sheet shit. Sports based. MLW for being based.
Fusion, his reign will continue. Now, if he can't, the titles will be vacated and put up for grabs when Major League Wrestling heads to Charleston, South Carolina. Joel, Tom, back to you guys.
Yeah, so that rules. And then let's pick up with what happened this evening, moments ago, not even 1 hour ago. Bishop Dyer. He's stripped, and with rumors of a return to WWE, Donovan Dijak has chosen Josh Bishop. So instead of Bishop Dyer, it's Josh Bishop as his new partner.
Anderson has no backup.
And so before Corbin, let's say he does show up and just redo the skyscrapers with Briggs. Well, Dijak is just doing the skyscrapers with this motherfucker already, you know?
That Dijak and Bishop are working in tandem. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that this is a double choke slam.
So it's like if Corbin, and this is Anderson here because they're still beefing with the Good Brothers and stuff. But if Corbin returns to WWE, which he's gonna, and he's not Corbinhausen, let's say he does I think the worst idea is sticking him with Briggs and doing the skyscrapers there. Because that's just, you have the Viking Raiders. Like, you don't even do shit with them, really. They're eating glizzies on SmackDown. But these guys are already like doing a skyscrapers 2 or 3, I guess, technically. So if Corbin did do that, it's like hardly. Well, maybe it is lame because it's being repetitive. I want to see him as Corbinhausen.
Don't tell me this is the new skyscraper. Jack mocking Anderson about his conduct.
So there you go. And yeah, Dijak not going back to WWE anytime soon himself. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Yeah, that glizzy segment on SmackDown. Jesus. Let's take a look. So we did that. Let's get into, guys, TNA news. Again, there's not too much. Where's my TNA news here? So, ladies and gentlemen, get your aces, get your 8s in the chat. I'm doing something off screen. Let me see. Okay, you know, this is America's birthday, and it is the land of freedom, and I shall set you free. And 626 is now free from banishment on the main. So, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, get your super chats in, become a member for 90 cents, 99 cents USD, 90 cents. I don't know, it'd be that 99 cents USD, and get access to PWT member shows, or check out patreon.com, which is pinned in the chat there. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times as well. Let your boy Phil get this poll made as well. I wanted to do this. So, who do you think is the locale in the IWC currently? So we got to go with Elbu. We got to go with Dave Meltzer. We got to go with Paul Walter Hauser. And you might want to save your vote, guys. I'm going to put Jon Alba in here, and you might want to save it because you got to wait. And well, actually, no. It can't be Alba because Alba got felted, but he engaged in good faith when I was being a dickhead to him. Okay? But Steve Carrier is going to go in there because of his meltdown with Joey Janela. We have so much fool shit tonight. Oh, my God. This is low-key going to be like one of the best PWTs, I'm telling you, just because of the fucking buffoonery going on in the IWC as of late. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into... I just need to find my goddamn sound. TNA news. Okay. Road Dogg was not in attendance at last night's TNA taping in Albany, New York, and is not currently backstage tonight either. Oh, so the dirt sheets jumped the gun? The two sides were still working out a deal for him to come in after a Slammiversary visit. Those discussions are, as of today, still moving forward, but whatever the process is, they did not lead to him coming to this week's TNA tapings. So it looks like they're negotiating and PWI is just fucking up because they're just way too eager to put some of these fucking stories out, you know? Speaking of fucking up, Missy Hyatt went nuclear on Dixie Carter for skipping the Dark Side of the Ring's TNA 3-part series, which airs in a few days here on the 7th, I think is the first. Maybe they put out the first 3 episodes. If they honey dick us and give us 1 episode and then expect me to wait another week for part 2, then another week for part 3, you've got another thing coming. Dun-na. You've got another thing coming, right? Am I right? So let's check out ringside news here. And this is why it's bullshit too, because Dixie Carter fucks so much stuff up in TNA. But Dixie Carter also like showed up for WWE and their documentaries and shit. So she's not going to show up for her Dark Side of the Ring. That is, let's face it, dedicated to her. So speaking of lol cows, we have a poll in the chat. Who do you think is the biggest lol cow in the IWC currently? 1 for Ibou, 2 for Dave Meltzer, 3 for Paul Walter Hauser, 4 for Steve Carrier. Wherever you're watching this, whether it's on Kick, whether it's on X, whether it's on YouTube, in the chat, 1's for Ibou, 2 for Dave Meltzer, 3 for Paul Walter Hauser, 4 for Steve Carrier. And I think some people are saving their votes because we haven't gotten to all of the full-blown buffoonery yet. But if you have an alt like 626, you can just vote twice, right? So I'm going to put my vote in a bit. I might convince myself otherwise. But speaking of lol cows, you know, Dixie Carter infamously one of those. And Missy Hyatt had this to say. She saw the news that Dixie Carter wouldn't be in the Dark Side of the Ring. Carter turned down multiple invitations. Missy Hyatt jumped on Twitter with a whole list of questions. She says, can't wait to see the Dark Side of the Ring on TNA. Do they just have her tweets? Usually they just post pics of them. But she says, can't wait to see the Dark Side of the Ring on TNA. Questions Dixie Carter should have asked herself. Who has a creative mind with actual success and not inflated tales of previous success? Maybe I should read the book Death of WCW by Brian Alvarez and not hire some of the cast that contributed towards WCW's demise. Brian Alvarez? He didn't do the Death of WCW, did he? God damn. I heard that was a short book. So a few WWE castaways like Kurt Angle can contribute great matches, upgrade brand perception, and draw. Hiring every castaway and putting them over the homegrown talent was not a good idea. Hulk Hogan, and let's face it, Kurt Angle helped build TNA like more as much as anybody else who was ever in TNA ever. Hulk Hogan will get you a few more eyes on your product short term. What can he contribute long term? Is he worth your roster taking pay cuts when he can't actually wrestle anymore? And I'm sure Hyatt's not even trying to like shit on Hulk like that, but she's spitting. She said, should you had made it a work-based promotion like ROH, but with episodic storylines, utilize the UFC countdown specials as inspiration to what you want to present or go with outdated Crash TV. Yeah, and that was the thing too. TNA was on at the same time as like Spike TV's Spike Banoomps. We're going with dad punny jokes today on the 4th of July, right? And Spike TV's ratings were spiking, every pun intended, because of UFC at the time, and they were doing the countdown shows. I never missed a one, and I watched every fucking Spike TV and then they would even do the prelims leading into the pay-per-views and shit. And they even had Hulk Hogan on there to promote TNA wrestling, and they should have leaned into that more, and they would have seen that surge of people who used to watch wrestling be excited to watch that shit. And you see that because Samoa Joe in the fucking cage, I believe, with Kurt Angle is one of the best things they've ever done viewership-wise, right? Or pay-per-view buy-wise or whatever. I can't remember if that was on pay-per-view or not. Whatever. It was a million years ago. But either way, they could have gotten some of that audience. Like the UFC fans might fall off and be like, I don't really like WWE, but oh man, this TNA, they're kind of doing. And they tried to bring like Tito Ortiz in, and it just didn't really work. They didn't book them well. And then when they finally figured out what they should have been doing, they were on like the Pop channel or something. You know, you had Bobby Lashley with all the American Top Team guys, and it was like, that was the time to do that crossover with MMA type shit. Anyways, Missy High continues and says, storylines that had long-term build over Crash TV with no foresight for the future. Have your pillars that were not from WWE, AJ Styles, Joe, Machine Guns, Abyss, etc., and make them into franchise stars. Utilize international talent relations with New Japan, AAA, not take talent like Okada and make him Okado. And yeah, Dixie Carter should be there to answer for like, hey, why did you make him Okado? And like, why did you fucking why did you do like all these things she fucking lists? Like, you know, why didn't you make Abyss a thing? Abyss was like such a marketable thing. And why didn't you lean into the MMA, like UFC fucking countdown show type vibes? You do that with TNA and stuff. I don't know. But speaking of being utterly confused by TNA, historically, one person who used to work there and one person who helped run Paul Walter Hauser off of Twitter again, and one person who also used to own and operate OVW and created the class of stars. You know, in one class, you had Victoria, Shelton Benjamin, Randy Orton, John Cena, Brock Lesnar, Batista. You know, in other classes, you had Dolph Ziggler and fucking, I mean, come on. Even if you want to talk about like the Bashams, they were involved with JBL during the whole cabinet era, which, say what you will, I loved that era. Watching it, I loved watching Eddie beef with JBL because I hated JBL so much. Same with Triple H's Reign of Terror with Evolution and shit. Really go back. Like, dude, Evolution carried. Evolution carried, bro. And they helped get people over, like fucking Shelton Benjamin. And they even had Goldust, like when they started beating down Gold. Remember when they electrocuted Goldust and it was like Goldust and Booker T were like fighting against Evolution? Like, it made you cheer for so many people. So I don't give a fuck when people hate on like the Bashams and Orlando Jordan and shit. That was a good era of SmackDown too. But anyways, Jim Cornette. He has worked in TNA. He's semi-booked, right? Worked in creative for TNA. And he used to book and do creative and do everything in OVW. And there was an announcement recently that OVW is now essentially the developmental for TNA. And Jim Cornette had a fit about this. Okay. And some people in the replies are like, this guy Boldazar says, J-Rod, Haley J, Freya the Slayer, a handful of really good young OVW affiliated talents that I know of, having barely seen OVW, should be on television as much as possible. Okay. But Freya the Slayer, how old is she? Freya the Slayer age. Okay, it's not publicly stated anywhere, but here's the thing, man. She's been doing the damn thing for a minute. Like, I know that Netflix show introduced people to like Hollywood Haley J. Listen, Hollywood Haley J would like rather smoke blunts and power slap and shit. Okay, I'm telling you that right now. She had it.
Why don't you?
She had a chance at NXT already, and somewhat squandered it. Some of these guys like Cash Flow, like who are TNA gonna bring in? That's Hollywood Haley J would be good, but I just don't think any company's gonna really invest in her all the fucking way, right? And then Freya the Slayer, like she's all right, man, but. You got fucking like Indy Hartwell. Like, look at all the women in TNA. And it's not even a knock on her, but like TNA has Harley Hudson, and then they don't even use her. You know what I mean? So this guy's saying, I don't think Corny knows much about the current OVW. They have semi-national TV on Game Plus. What does that matter? An Anthem-owned channel. Who cares? TNA needs somewhere besides Explosion to develop talent. True. It makes perfect sense for them to work with someone Anthem is already partnered with. True. This guy says, like usual, Cornette is a stupid goof who doesn't know what the fuck he is talking about. I think that's the opposite of usual. Boldazar. I think typically it's the opposite of what you just said. Al Snow might be the single most dedicated person in the business. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you quantify that. He isn't sitting in his attic looking at his old magazines and going on schizophrenic episode marathons. Bro, Jim Cornette's old magazines, quote unquote, aren't old magazines. It's like pictures it is, but it's like magazines he was in or magazines he has that nobody else has anymore. And he kept it in pristine condition, and it's signed, or it's like photographs that he snapped that have lived in infamy that was used in magazines and shit like that. Like, shut up. It's fucking crazy to undermine that collection that Jim Cornette has of fucking wrestling memorabilia in history. And then this guy just goes, like Mussolini and extra cheese. I'm the cult of meat with extra cheese. Is that the lyrics? So let's listen to Jim Cornette now. I just wanted to read those people talking shit before we got into his rant. Let's lock in. Shout out. This is from the Jim Cornette Experience, episode 639. And let's take a listen here.
You just go ahead and fuck yourself up the ass rather than...
Whoa! Wowza! A 626 for 10 motherfucking dollars. That's a huge support. Yeah. What's up, motherfucker? He says, I'm back and better than ever. Still tipping and tripping, but on those anti-spurg medications. Please stay off the medication. Whoa, wait, hold on a second. Don't make it worse. No, I'm joking, dude. What's up? And 626 has become a new goddamn member. Let's go. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Oh, shit. I've created a monster. Okay, so let's get back into Jim Cornette's rant, like people in their own asses, I guess. Whatever he was saying about getting up into your own ass at the start of this.
Why don't you just go ahead and fuck yourself up the ass rather than TNA now trying to get a developmental deal with OVW, where Ohio Valley Wrestling at this stage and state of the game is their developmental program? Why don't you just go out and find a homeless person on the street with snot running down their nose and greasy fingers covering their shabby clothes and make him your commissioner? And there's two reasons that I've traditionally not cut horrible promos on OVW and the state of it today. One of which I didn't want people, oh, Cornette, he's
where the fuck is EC3 in TNA as well? Like, he just took a hiatus, right? Like, he's all banged up, I think, is what they're kind of going with. But EC3 versus Nick Nemeth for the world title. That storyline, that's good shit right there. Sorry, I'm just marking out about TNA.
Upset because it used to be his, now he's not. Well, that horse has already left the barn. That was long ago and far away. But secondly, out of respect for what Danny Davis accomplished and set up and etc. But when you see what they've done, look what they've done to my business. When you see what they've done recently, and I'm not talking even about the brain damaging of the referee and that whole kerfluffle that went on a while back. I'm just talking about the shit shape of the show.
Shit shape of the show. Shit shape of the show. Shit shape of the show.
And it's a community theater thing now on cable access, and everybody's having fun. And I'm not knocking any of the people involved because there's no reason to. But they're just trying hard and living a dream while they actually have
Okay, I'm just waiting for Jim to explain why they shouldn't be developmental for TNA, though. Do you know what I'm saying?
Regular lives. But the people that have made this thing some kind of Ponzi scheme, money pit, the investors, and we've gone through the financial end of it, where Danny Davis sold a company to Al Snow and a local fellow here who had some money and thought that they were going to carry on, kind of what he had established. And he retired. That was almost 10 years ago. And since then, its ownership has changed and changed and changed. And the Mayor Craig Greenberg of Louisville, before he got elected mayor, they probably could have brought this up in the campaign. He was an investor, and we know the chiropractor or the fucking orthodontist. I don't know what that guy was. And there's
okay. Here's the thing with this rant here. What the fuck? And like, shout out Jimbo. I was just putting him over huge. But what the fuck does that have to do with like them being developmental for TNA? Like, who is he just shitting on? Like, because now he's talking about who invested in it. Well, what does any of that have to do with like some of these wrestlers training and then fucking going to TNA eventually, let's say, and it being somewhat of a feeder system? I'm not hearing any arguments against why they shouldn't do it. Like, yeah, it's okay. It's kind of goofy. Some of the people don't know what they're talking about. Some of that was also hammed up for the Netflix show, by the way. Hey, just so everyone knows, that Netflix show, some of the fucking turmoil between the owners and them overstepping and shit was hammed up for the TV show. You guys know that?
Kentucky Sports Radio people, and then they get accredited as a trade school, for fuck's sake. And then now they're bought by a soccer team owner in West Faversham, Wales.
Yeah, but that's dope though.
And
that motherfucker has money if he has a club,
As they exist now here.
A furry club. A furry. Is Team Canada doing good in the World Cup or what? Team Canada World Cup. Let's see. Oh, Morocco whooped that ass, it looks like, today. Damn, so we got eliminated. Drake's just crying in the six right now.
TNA plans to make them a developmental program. I don't know what Al Snow's ownership stake or even involvement is at this point. Possibly someone in TNA is doing Al Snow a favor. But I will say two things here, Brian, then I will open up the floor to your comments. If you are currently in the professional wrestling industry as a promotion, as a promoter or a producer of a television program that's widely distributed of any kind, any letters, any initials, and you can watch the state of the OVW television show and its accompanying roster of everybody involved before and in front of and behind the scenes, and think that they need to be training anybody to come on your show, you're out of your fucking mind.
There you go. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. And I'm kind of with like, here's the thing, right? After the Netflix show, OVW started dropping on YouTube like regularly. Maybe they were before and I just wasn't privy to that information, but I started tuning in like almost every show I was watching after the Netflix doc. And I was like, I'm invested. But then a lot of the people in the Netflix doc aren't like wasn't on the YouTube show. And then you just kind of see like how green the people are in that on OVW. And then you have like really experienced people like fucking EC3. And then you go from that to like super green people like botching badly. But it is like a place where people can go and train, and it's got like brand recognition. You know, if you say OVW, if you're a pretty hardcore wrestling fan, because there's levels to even hardcore wrestling fandom, as the IWC has shown us in the last 7 years for sure. But if you're like a fairly versed wrestling fan, you've heard of OVW, at least in passing, right? Or you've seen that logo before and you go, oh yeah. So I think that Jim is being harsh, and he took a long way. He took 4 minutes to get to the point, but the point is what he's saying. If you can look at any of these people running this and go, they should be in charge of who we bring into our company, you're out of your fucking mind. I don't think he's fully off, and this is why. Because people can work on the indies, and then TNA can get a hold of them, and then TNA already do a good job as it is of fucking honing in guys like Slater and fucking Sosa. And you got to remember too, like Slater came in, he wasn't getting the reactions he gets now, and he didn't come in with automatically a built-in entrance like Sosa, where he's just like everyone's popping for his entrance right off the rip too. He didn't have that. They built him, you know, like they honed in on that guy. You know, Joe Hendry as well. He was doing that fucking, that song's been out forever. He was doing that shtick for a while. He goes to TNA and they just really honed in on what he was doing, and it blew up. And now he's in PUBG Mobile, and he's fucking in the WWE on Raw, wrestling Logan Paul and shit. So, you know, TNA is good at doing that without people, like without having an official partner. But there is something to be said with like the whole brand recognition, like TNA and OVW. And they are both kind of feeding towards WWE, if you think about it. And maybe we see that end sometime soon. But even with the talks of, oh, there's a sale, and oh, there's this and that with TNA, a possible sale, we haven't heard anything about WWE fucking like canceling their, like once WWE exits that partnership, they have like a 90-day thing or something where they can exit the partnership, and then they get 90 days to fucking wrap up whatever. You know, Tia Hale's in their Knockouts television tournament. Like they could end it right now. They'd have like 90 days, I think, or 60 days or some shit to figure out how like they get out of it on their end, right? And to wrap up with any talents they're using from TNA / whatever they're trying to do with NXT stars, right? There's like a grace period there. So until we hear that WWE's backed out of the TNA thing, as far as I can tell, it's just WWE ID, Evolve, NXT, NIL program, Evolve, LFG, NXT, right? Like these are the different routes, OVW, TNA, NXT. Like they're just developing all these different routes to get people to WWE eventually, and I'm okay with it. And I'm also okay with TNA being the company where a guy like Nick Nemeth can go and be successful. You know what I'm saying? More successful. He's already successful, but you guys get what I'm saying.
And I will say the other thing is, if people think I'm being too harsh, I'll get them some free publicity. Watch any recent television broadcast of anything that OVW has done. And from a standpoint of the technical production, the crowd reaction, the athletic and or verbal performances in the ring, and the announcing of same.
So he's just going to bury all of that shit. Shout out Jim Cornette.
Why don't you just go ahead and fuck yourself up the ass?
I need that for the soundboard, actually. I got to be perfectly honest. This needs to stay in Phil Marks bookmarks, because I need that for the soundboard. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA News. Oh, wow. StreamYard, you're going to be... Guys, we have over 200 watching on the 4th of July. I did not honestly expect that at all. Shout you all out. Fucking amen. You guys rule. Hit like, retweet, heart. If you're on Kick, you guys will be able to gift sub soon. And you guys can super chat in or become a Patreon patron. Okay? A Patreon patron over at patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And yeah, there's a bunch of shit over there. And season 2 of Tough Enough is coming out. And what's going to happen is I'm going to watch the first 6 episodes. I'm going to get like a bunch of clips and questions ready. And then I'm going to talk to Matt Morgan about it. And I'm going to like play clips from the show. But we're also just going to do like a standard watch along as well to go along with season 1. So yeah, make sure you guys check that out. And what are we doing next? We were talking a bit about WWE, so we're gonna jump over to WWE news because again, there's not that much in that regard. And guys, vote in the poll. Who do you think is the biggest lol cow in the IWC currently? 1 for Ibou, 2 for Dave Meltzer, 3 for Paul Walter Hauser, 4 for Steve Carrier. So wherever you're watching the show, okay, I need you to put in the chat 1, 2, 3, or 4. 1 for Ibou, 2 for Dave, 3 for Paul Walter Hauser, 4 for Stephen F. Carrier. I don't know if that's his name. And Steve Carrier. And who's the biggest lol cow? And I might convince you, okay? On tonight's show, Alba and Carrier both get destroyed. Or, well, I don't know. We got to see. I just bookmarked all the Carrier stuff. I actually haven't determined who got the victory, but he went to war with Joey Janela. He's the guy who is Steve Carrier. He's the guy who runs Ringside News. Okay. And so he may be the biggest lol cow. Get your votes in, everybody. So let's get into WWE news, ladies and germs. Once I find my breaking news here, it is time for Worldwide Wrestling Federation. So WWE Hall of Famer and Women's Tag Team Champion Brie Bella, who is on SmackDown, explains the harmful effects of AI and AI data centers. So here we go. This is a conspiracy theory time with Brie Bella. Where's my X-Files? Here we go.
Oh my goodness, I needed this.
It's not. I don't think it's a conspiracy. It's just a joke.
AI data centers harm the environment by consuming large amounts of electricity and fresh water. The center's demand increases greenhouse gas emissions, depletes local water supplies, and strains community power grids. I wanted to put some numbers to this issue to really put in perspective and paint the bigger picture. Large data centers can consume up to 5 million gallons per day of fresh water. Equivalent
This is like a fucked up episode of Miss Rachel or whatever.
to the water use of a town populated by 10,000 to 50,000 people. Only 3% of Earth's water is fresh water, and only 0.5% of all water is accessible and safe for human consumption.
And 60% of it is in Canada. Yes. No, I'm joking. I don't think that much, but we do have tons of fresh water reserves.
Fresh water is critical for survival. On average, a human being can live without water for only 3 days. Increasing drought and water shortages are reducing water availability. Meanwhile, data center developers are
Her husband is the Earth's champion. That is right, Chad.
increasingly tapping into surface and underground aquifers to cool their facilities. Additionally, a single modern AI data center can use as much power as 100,000 homes. Many of
This is like the fucking that movie with Mark Wahlberg where like the plants, the happening or whatever, the whataning, where like the plants are like chasing you. It's like The Day After Tomorrow where you're just like, she's just showing like trees, but it's these data centers will destroy the earth. She's just showing like beautiful nature. You're like, well, where is it?
larger ones now being built are expected to consume up to
It's just like a box that you fill with water and then it fucking creates AI. The most demonic shit ever is AI. It just uses water Oh my God. It's so funny. The government, I think, at least in America, is offering like, I don't know what state this is in or when they're rolling this out, but I was reading something about like people who own homes, you can put one of those like AI, whatever, freshwater boxes, whatever, and they'll give you 20 grand a year or something like that to put one of those. I don't know. I'm not a scientist or anything. It's just some shit I was fucking reading. And, I don't know. Perhaps chat can enlighten me. I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but this is just like doom scrolling Twitter shit I read, where apparently you can get paid like up to 20 grand a year or something to put a box that is like a freshwater filter, whatever, for data mining in people's homes or whatever.
20 times that amount. That's almost unfathomable. If the damage to our communities, our environment, our plants, and
626 for 2 sweet says 200 watching live when I return. No coincidence. No. Yeah, dude, 220. So we're doing good. You got to keep bringing us that good luck.
Animals that live amongst us doesn't get you to care the rise in power bills across the U.S., with Americans paying almost 10% more for electricity on average this past year.
He's wine drunk reading this.
Alone should make you care. That is only going to get worse for us as more data centers take over public lands and wildlife sanctuaries across the nation. We can live without AI. Trust me, we can live without it.
AI wrote the script.
Can't live without fresh water. And lastly, I just want to bring awareness because I am here in Nashville, and you have probably seen all over social media people signing petitions and speaking up against the AI data center that's getting built right next door.
She's drunk.
To the Nashville Zoo. You guys, they want to build a 69,000.
It's so serious, guys, that I did one take on this fucking video.
Square foot AI data center next door to the Nashville Zoo. What people are worried about, and they have every right to worry, is what will happen to the animals, their habitats, to their way of life, their mental.
An AI zoo?
Health, when 24/7 they will be hearing the humming, the buzzing, the artificial light pollution.
Yeah, that actually is kind of fucked. Right? She's talking about the humming and buzzing. And it's like, yeah, you're right. Like it might even be some frequencies being put down that humans don't pick up. Some of these animals do. It drives them crazy. Holy shit, that's a movie. I need to hit up Nick LoPiccolo. I'm writing the script, AI Zoo. Right? And it's where all of the fucking animals get controlled by AI. Right? And the AI makes them kill humans and shit. And all the zoo animals break free. And it's up to Daniel Bryan to flying headbutt and yes, kick them all into oblivion.
They are literally 50 yards away. So please, if you see the petition, sign it for the Nashville Zoo. Speak up, use your voice, and let's protect these animals from the damage that is about to.
Yeah, no, jokes aside, that's fucked. Like, again, I'm somebody who's like, I don't like people that like you get paper straws everywhere. I don't like that people give out paper straws. And I'm like, that's fucking stupid. And I'm pretty sure making paper straws, they say like the process of bleaching the paper and all that shit is like more of a pollutant than just making plastic straws and shit like that. So I don't like that.
Oh my goodness,
right?
I needed this.
But like I don't litter and shit, and like I don't want to like fuck up animals and stuff, you know. And I'm not like chop the rainforest down, but I'm also like, well, we need to cut trees down, but if we replant them, we'll be okay, right? Like there's a simple solution to these things, and I'm like, I want water to. I'm like, yo, we need gas for cars. Like gas is a natural fucking thing. It is what it is. Al Gore told me when I was in grade 4, I'd be dead by now, that the world would be exploded by now. It hasn't yet. Right. So I think I'm rational about this shit. That shit is pretty fucked up. And it's fucked up to put an AI center next to a zoo, except for your boy Phil's writing a movie. Okay. AI zoo coming to a theater near you or Tubi. And we'll premiere it on a Wednesday night. Speaking of wild conspiracies in health, RFK Jr. has commented on WWE, and he implied that it's
Wrestling's
real.
not fake!
And RFK goes, failure is a part of life. Let's sing to the great thing about WWE so that inspiring is that all of these guys have failed. One of them has lost fights. The trick is how do you persuade yourself to stand back and fight again. You know, that's the beauty of WWE. You lose sometimes. I can't continue to do that. I'm going to start burping or something. But you win sometimes if you keep sticking. If you keep sticking at it, you're ultimately going to come out on top. So, I mean, is he implying he thinks it's real, or is that just the media being like, he's retarded, he thinks wrestling's real? You know, it's like he's just saying, Jesus, he obviously knows that wrestling's not fake.
Wrestling's not fake!
So, where do we go next? Speaking of what's real and what isn't, Sean Waltman posted a picture of Conan, and he has 2 feet. So, yeah, he has 2 feet. So again, the dirt sheets, Conan will, I guess, address this whenever he addresses this. And I've heard from good sources he may, you know, he wants to come back. We'll just put it that way. I don't know. I'm going to try and blow up a spot when that could be. But you can see as both, like, so I don't know when this picture was taken. I don't know what the truth, it's his health, it's his personal health, but with the dirt sheets just, and like Vince Russo, bro, let me tell you what I learned, bro. I hand to God, bro, he had 1 foot. I got him a Pirates peg for Christmas, bro. I'm the most thoughtful man who ever lived. These marks don't I hand to God, bro. So I don't know, right? Shout out Conan. God bless him. God bless him. So we move along here, and speaking of, you know, people who are in positions of authority in WWE, like Conan is in AAA, or was at least before the whole his hiatus and the whole Undertaker Borash. But Conan worked with them and shit. Works with them. I'm sure he still fucking gets on the phone and knows what's going on and shit. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? But Wrestle Ops, and this is courtesy of Worked Wrestling, which I don't know fucking real anything they say is, but there's reportedly a growing power struggle going on amongst a number of top talent in order to maintain their spot in WWE. So right now, the news is so boring in WWE and AEW. AEW's ice cold, dead on ice. Get the coroner. That shit is rigor mortis right now. Ice cold. Ice, ice, baby. Vanilla ice, ice, baby. Cold, cold, cold. Okay? Colder than people squeezing the last ounce of AC out of that fucking box before they get shut off for good in New York. Cold. Ice, ice, baby, right? All of pro wrestling right now is ice cold. Let's just be honest. Like overall. Maybe not ice cold, but like one of these Raws coming up, the attendance isn't so great either, as far as like, and so great, I mean, they're doing like 7,000 seats, which is like not the best for what they've been doing and shit. But I thought, again, SmackDown, I thought it was actually it was a good show. I like that it's down to 2 hours now, right? You watch the shit when it's over, no commercials, and that's like an hour 20. You know, that's a fucking perfect wrestling show. So I watched it this morning. No commercials. Your boy Phil enjoyed it. So I don't know. But it's not like it's white hot on fire. Sammy winning the title's cool, but I'm not like, oh my God. And, you know, NXT's in a rebuild. TNA, I think there's more hype after that Slammiversary again. You kind of got some hype back because that was a really solid show. AEW is just ice dead cold. It's just cold as fuck. And notice that all of these fake stories are coming out about WWE. What are they? Just making up the 3 most easiest, lamest things ever. Hey, some wrestlers have heat with each other. There's a power struggle. You know, Punk wants to take over Seth Rollins, and Seth wants to take over Cody Rhodes, and So that who? Oh, I don't know, just some of the top guys. Okay. What's the other story that's floating around? Punk has heat. It's just the laziest thing. You could just say he has heat in general everywhere he goes because it's CM fucking Punk, right? He's polarizing. You either love him or hate him. What's the other story they're running with? Because there's just nothing. Hey, here's what was supposed to happen. Here's what they were going to do. Holy fuck, man. That's the stupidest shit ever. Well, I was going to have fucking a toast for breakfast. I went with the Eggo because there were a couple left. Like, who gives a shit? What the fuck? It didn't happen. You guys know how creative shit works when you're writing television or something. Like, you throw out 4 or 5 ideas. You write the best 2, 3 down. You play out each of them. And then especially in wrestling, you're going to have to weigh out like, well, if this happens, or let's say this person gets hurt, blah, 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 then there's all these external factors. And then you run with what's going to work. And especially pro wrestling, it's a live crowd every single week, live TV. So you're going to have to be on your feet more than, let's say, like, hey, I wrote a movie that I took time to fucking perfect, and then I'm going to do some reshoots because I know that it's missing this and needs that. So it's a different creative process, but it's still the same thing. Like you typically write out a few different, well, if this happens, then this and this, does that work as good as if this, then this and that? I'm trying to get here. How does, you know what I mean? So these are non-stories. Who cares? Who gives a fuck what they were going to do? Who cares? It's just mundane dreck. And then what's the other story? Yeah, the power struggle, and then Punk has heat. Like, okay, anybody could make this shit. And then also at the same time, you have these same people writing these bullshit ass stories and nothings where they can't name anything. Oh, Punk has heat. What's the heat? Name something. Why does he have heat? Oh, he just does. Okay. Like name a reason why, or shut the fuck up. Oh, there's top stars struggling for power. Well, who? Are we talking like fucking Jey Uso and like who's another top fucking guy kind of I would say Sami Zayn, but he's the literal champion now. So like Jey Uso and Gunther are struggling about who's going to be champ, or are we talking about Rhodes and Seth are both like sitting there in Gorilla watching Triple H and like arguing over who gets to call him daddy or whatever. You know, like you got to be more specific than that. It's just such a stupid, dumb thing to even fucking say. And then again, with them just stooging every single person who's going back to WWE. So you see those same people writing all this non-tent. I call it non-tent. They're the ones like gassing AEW up. It's so great. It's white hot. It's the best. This show is amazing. Ga, 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 ga. It's like North Korea, fucking even Canada, because it's government-owned news. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's some fucking propaganda. Like, what kind of propaganda bullshit? Do you expect me to come on my Twitter timeline and see the news is cold right now? Colder than AEW. AEW's ice cold. Okay? And you guys are trying to stooge every little minute detail. We're stuck to complaining about how we got to Oba Brock in a Hell in a Cell at SummerSlam. That's what we're crying about, because there's nothing otherwise really to talk about. And AEW's so ice cold that you guys all have to sit there and be like, it's so good. It's so good. A stadium, a fucking, oh my God, this, so many buys, not as good as this, but like 185,000 buys. And oh my God, it's so good. The best match. Look at these ratings. Oh my God. We're breaking the 5-star scale again. And it's all these same people. It's cooked, man. And it's so obvious, and it's like propaganda, I swear to God. And it's been that way for a while, but like it's never so glaring as when like WWE, they're not doing anything that's like drowning out the noise. They're not doing any one thing where everyone's like, this is unfucking real. My mind's melting, man. So people are just kind of complaining about like things that aren't even bad. Like SmackDown wasn't even bad, you know, it was paced better than Raw, I felt. So That's kind of where we're at with WWE fandom right now. That's fine. It's fine. But there's just nothing to get overly hyped about. And so now the people trying to overly hype AEW, it's even more glaring. Right? You're like, there's no way it could be this hype. Like, look how not hype even what they're doing in WWE is, and it's 10 times better than this. Even Dave is like, oh, I couldn't rate Monet versus Maya World because I was sleeping in the back. I watched it live and people said it was good live, but it was clearly different on TV. But then he tells you his ratings are objective and shit. And it's like, well, how is that possible? Then you're not allowed to go to any live shows, Dave, because you have to rate them all based on just how you see them on a fucking screen, because that's the majority. That's majorly how you've seen the majority of the wrestling you've rated. So, but he's too tarded to understand that. And his sycophants are too. But speaking of SmackDown and what they're doing, so Cody Rhodes is the number one contender. He gets a shot. He beat Jey Uso, and he gets a shot at Sami Zayn for the undisputed title on Raw in Chicago. Now, the way the dirt sheets, so let me lay some shit out here for you guys. The way the dirt sheets were like, and Dave Meltzer was like, oh, there's heat with CM Punk, and he's headed to SmackDown, but he really wanted his return to be in Chicago, but he's slated for SmackDown, so there's turmoil, and we'll see what happens.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
Okay, this is all it is. Punk is going to show up on Raw in Chicago, probably. Maybe not get involved in the Sammy match, but he could if they're trying to get him versus Rhodes, right? Because that's eventually what we're going to get to, is I think those two main eventing a Mania. And Punk is, so the whole plan the whole time is Punk will go to SmackDown because he's going to start chasing the WWE title, but he's also going to be at the Raw in Chicago. So if you do 1 second of journalism, you could just piece that together instead of manufacturing and fabricating like turmoil. What you would do is just logically come to the reasonable and sensible answer of, well, it's more likely that Punk, like Dave wants to be taken seriously, right? Here's some free game, Dave. Just say, well, Punk's going to be at the Raw because it's in Chicago and they're doing the WWE title match there. And then he'll let it be known on Raw and on Netflix that he's going to be on SmackDown on USA and might not be on Netflix all the time for the next, up until SummerSlam or after or whatever. And you let it be known to the Raw audience on fucking Netflix. So hopefully they tune into SmackDown too to go see Punk. And he lets it be known, I'll be on SmackDown. And then he chases the WWE title over on SmackDown for a little while. Like, that's the reasonable fucking sensible thing. But you have a vendetta and you're trying to like make there be things that aren't there. Now, SmackDown review quickly. I liked it. What more can I say? I like Green and Stratton together. The Bliss Charlotte stuff is what it is. I mean, we knew they were gonna like faux break up, and it is what it is. Whatever. What else, man? What else happened on the show? Tama going after Finn is good shit and letting everyone know, no, there's no Bullet Club bullshit. Like, I'm just coming to take you out. We're gonna get, in my opinion, like Shinsuke and Finn will take on Tama and Tala. We have Matt Cardona just being called Zack Ryder. I popped for the Danhausen shit. What else on SmackDown? The Glizzy eating contest was so fucking stupid. Then when Fat Ivar and Eric come up and they start eating fucking the Glizzies, and I'm just pointing out the fat part. Like, I don't hate on those guys, but it's like, of course you get the fat guy and on SmackDown and go eat some Glizzies. Very Vince McMahonish, but it popped me when Truth was like, oh, you're supposed to swallow it and shit. Like, it's just so fucking, I don't know. It works. As dumb as it is, it does work. Truth just being so outlandish and just like one-liner, and then Priest is just the straight guy, like, oh, come on, we'll have a match. So they're going title for title. My prediction is Priest wins that shit, title for title, and then he carries both belts. Like, we might get some truth in AAA action. Like, he could go down to Mexico, get a pop, I'm sure. And the show they're doing in Texas, Heatwave, the same night as Heatwave, is in Texas, Edinburgh, right? The AAA show's in America. Whoa! So Truth can pop up on that with Priest. Dual champs, they can drop it to whatever, however they decide to do it. But they said the title match is going to be on SmackDown, and I really like the plot point of Aldis not being there and Pierce being in charge. But even though that's the case, like, Pierce is still trying to play catch up a little bit, right? Like, he's not just there like acting like he's been there week in and week out, and there's a bit of chaos. Like, Priest is like, hey man, Aldis ain't here, Pierce is running things, so until we get it cleared up, you're gonna have to wait for that shit. But fucking it's gonna happen on SmackDown if we do it, right? For title. So I like it, man. They're telling the stories correct, the right way. Now, I have an allegedly for you guys. If you guys are ready. So let me pull this up. And again, I'm not a dirt sheet. The dirt sheets don't quote me. They don't need to. But I have an allegedly here. So let me see. So I just I snooped around a little bit. I snooped DODG, right? And I asked somebody,
allegedly.
Is it allegedly? Is Aldis wrestling again when he returns? Do you have any insight? And Buddy says, I would assume so, but this is what Buddy said, all right? This is Scooby-Doo. We're not even talking to a real person said. I would assume so, but I do know for a fact that at WrestleMania 39, Triple H wanted to bring Aldis into the Gunther versus McIntyre versus Sheamus feud. And that could be bull. I could be getting worked. Who fucking knows, right? But all I'm saying is this. And I fantasy mark booked this already. Gunther has been retiring people. Aldis wants a big match. He's clearly in shape. He clearly can work. People want to see him work. Do we want to see him be a full-time wrestler? I would. I'd be okay with that. Is he like a game-changing full-time wrestler? No. Have GMs went from wrestler to GM to full-time wrestler again? Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to Aldis, Gunther could retire him, though. That could be another retirement match, another notch on his belt, right? So there you go. That could be really cool. And that's allegedly as well. So,
allegedly.
And that's like some past shit. Speaking of who cares about what they were going to do in the past. And then I just do the same goddamn thing. But this isn't news. This is just like, I'm just talking shit. So speaking of talking shit, man, two of the most notorious shit talkers in the game, Logan and Jake Paul, were at Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin's annual white party. It's the Illuminati. It's an Illuminati party, guys. There's AI data centers all over that lake. Okay. So yeah, they're there with Roman Reigns. So I got a DM from someone that I'm just okay. Sorry guys. I was like, am I gonna have to add something to the show on the fly here? Okay, so anyways, yeah, Roman Reigns, Logan Paul, Jake Paul at Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin's annual White House party. Yeah, who knows? Who knows what kind of humiliation rituals were going on there and shit. But let's talk about some like young up-and-coming ID talent and whatnot. And we talked about talking shit, and Jim Cornette kind of took a shot at Mason Rook, Will Cruz, and Mason Rook reads and responds to Jim Cornette and Paul Walter Hauser's exchange about him today. Paul Walter Hauser ended up deleting. More on that in a bit. And I destroyed him too on X. And thank God my guy Husey hit me up and he was like, make sure you screen grab that because he's known to delete shit because he had a meltdown on Conan before. And Paul Walter Hauser like deleted his whole X again because that's his second X account. So good thing I screen grabbed that back and forth. Shout out Husey for that. But again, allegedly, I guess, right? Here, I'll draw. We're talking
allegedly.
About Husey. Here we go. NXT star Mason Rook reads in response to Jim Cornette live. This is courtesy of Man Like Derice.
It's friends and family who got free tickets watching Chaz Bono endure oxygen deprivation. Turd blossom. You couldn't have parked Nick Bockwinkel's car. Fuck off. So then I replied saying, thanks, Jim. I'm so grateful all my friends and family from England were in attendance last night.
That is pretty funny. But mostly I think the people at NXT are like friends and family, right? Am I wrong about that? But yeah, he got fucking felted, and so did Paul Walter Hauser. But it's funny, Lizzie Rain, him, Man Like Derice, they're all hanging out. We're the Brits in America. Wow. We're the Brits in America. Wow. Right? No, dude, it's the 4th of July. You guys are probably hating on the limeys right now. No, I'm joking. 1776. Is it 1776 in this motherfucker or what? America, where you at? USA. USA. Go, John. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Should I play 1776 by Crack Amico? Go and look up that song. I shouldn't even play it. It's too rank. It's actually too rank. Okay, let's move along here. So The Undertaker, speaking of people developing and being on the come up. Actually, we'll go here first. So Nikki Blackheart, her new name is Reina Vulcan. Okay. And she made her debut on NXT, which is awesome. Nikki Blackheart, I would love to see her just continue being who she was being on the indies. They obviously got to add some personality to her a little bit more. That's what WWE specializes in. Again, I'm not a big fan of the name Reina Vulcan. For whatever reason, it just... Yeah. It just doesn't ring a bell with me, but it's better than just like Sandra. You know, the one name fucking, I know your name's Kelly. Yeah. So two WWE ID contracted wrestlers, Marcus Mathers, I'm an alcoholic, and Chaz Starboy Hall, I'm a starboy, were pulled from Produce's upcoming Volume 2 Tiger Style, Wu-Tang Clan coming at you, event due to WWE obligations. And so it seems as though the ID folks aren't allowed to wrestle on the My AEW app, is what a lot of people are piecing together here. Like shows that will be featured and indie feds that have partnered with My AEW thus far, they have been pulled from, or like ID talent have been pulled from those. They've been getting pullouts. Hold on a second. Wait, I'm fucking this up. Wait, they pulled out. Pause. But yeah, there's just people. I mean, you got to do that. Starboy is going to be a Starboy in fucking WWE, so you don't want him like on My AEW while he's on the Uprise right now. And let's just say that's a conspiracy theory. I don't know. I believe it because we've just been reading these stories every week, and that's what it fucking seems to be. But are you surprised? Is anybody surprised by that? I ain't fucking surprised by that for 1 second, you know? Speaking of not being surprised, shout out Nate Diaz. I'm not surprised, motherfuckers, at The Undertaker's daughter doing her version of the old school in a recent training video. Now, Lance Archer did this first, so this is gimmick infringement. He's going to sue you.
Allegedly.
I'm joking, of course. God damn it. She's the next Charlotte Flair, by God. She's going to be like already doing shit like this. I mean, yes, you're a kid, but at the same time, like you know who your parents are. Like, or pardon me, we know who her parents are, and they're clearly athletically gifted, and Undertaker's one of the best minds. That doesn't always translate. But in pro wrestling, it seems like it does more, like the second generation thing works more than like a lot of times second generation, let's say actors or writers or producers or directors and stuff like that in the entertainment biz, and even like athletes, you know. Bronny is no LeBron, you know, not yet anyways. I don't think he will be, but that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWWE News. But that might not be true because there's a lot of good second gen actors. But yeah, I don't know. Guys, make sure you vote in the poll. There's like 250 watching on America 250. The PWT universe is absolutely goated. So, can somebody help me out here? I was tipped off. Somebody was like, here, I might need to look up. I need to look up Nick LoPiccolo's Twitter for a second. I have to pitch my movie, AI Zoo. Okay, I think this is what. Okay. Someone just directed me at. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So someone was like, Nick LoPiccolo wrote some shit about Meltzer, right? So I just need to go check it out and bookmark this. All right. Thanks for the tip off. Okay. What are we going to get into next? We have to do AEW news. Who's that? You just missed Nick? No, I didn't. Yeah, we're going to use AI to write it. Run that crack Amico 17. I can't, dude. It's too savage. Like, people will turn this show off. But the chorus is like, fuck England. I'm not going to sing it. I ain't going to say it. You motherfuckers go listen. Shout out Crack Amico. But it is America's birthday, so maybe it is appropriate. But we do have people who know what I'm talking about. Holy fuck. So I made this tweet about Elbu and it just blew up out of nowhere. And I just did not expect that. Okay, sorry guys. I know I'm just kind of like I'm adding stuff to bookmark folders kind of on the fly here. That's pro. Everybody joining us on the show, believe it or not, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
Okay, guys, let's get into everybody hit like, retweet, all that good shit. Super chat in patreon.com. It's pinned to the top of chat on YouTube /Pro Wrestle Times. Tons of bonus content. Shout you guys out. You're far too kind. Could be anywhere else in the world right now. Hopefully you got them the mustard and them glizzy stains, and it's all coagulating in that big ass belly. Shout out Jay to the ROC from Trailer Park Boys. Jonathan Torrens. Shout out that guy. Okay. Where are we going to? AEW news. Sorry, I just had to like add things to folders like on the fly. All of a sudden things are just going down. So AEW news is just icicle cold, okay? So everybody all together, Ichi ni Sanda. Because it's time for
Yes,
AEW
guys,
news.
Tony Khan.
And it's just icicle cold, brothers, brotherlies, brothers and sisters, because there's just nothing. Like, we got 3 things here that I felt like bookmarking. Like, usually I put things in here that are so obscure, and it's like, why do I waste 5 minutes talking about this? But it's because I want to, and I'm autistic. But Wrestling News Co. posts this. AEW Dynamite goes outdoor next week for Beach Break. So they're going to be in this outdoor venue. Okay, the Baycare Sound in Clearwater. And like, what is the max attendance, I guess? What is the maximum attendance for the Baycare Center in Clearwater, Florida, correct? USA, go John, right? USA, Clearwater, Florida. I think I'm right about that. Okay, so the Baycare Sound, the outdoor amphitheater located at Coachman Park, features a maximum capacity of roughly 4,000 to 5,000, including about 4,000 covered seats and additional to lawn space. The ballpark, which they won't be on the ballpark, can do 8,500 people, 7,000 fixed seats with an additional 1,500 if they need so. Okay, so we'll see. They'll do like 2,000 people there, and good for them. I kind of like these the golf course and all that shit. I like all of these wacko venues they go to. It reminds me of when WCW wrestled around the pool or whatever. And so good for them. You know, I won't, if they can produce a nice looking show. And here's the thing though, is Kenny versus MJF gonna pop a rating, and like Konosuke versus Fletcher? I love Fletcher and Takeshita more than anyone. Nobody gives a fuck, okay? No one cares. And then Dave stooged all of the plans for what they're doing with Redemption all the way to All In. He stooged it. And he's talked about how predictable it was. But it wasn't really that predictable unless you actually believe Tone is the worst creative mind and worst booker of all time, which I do. And it wasn't as predictable as Dave made it out to be. So then what happened was Dave Meltzer, he was at the media scrum at Forbidden Door, and then Garrett talked about Gareth GG, whatever his name is. He talked about how they got a private fucking chill session with Tony Khan after on his show, and he was like marking out over it. And he explained what happened. Like, Dave was talking with Tone, and then Dave like came out of a room and then waved his cronies over. And the Wrestling Observer Morlocks fucking went into a room with Tone and Dave, and they all got their own. They were asking Tone questions about Ellison and shit like that. And then Garrett said that Tone admitted that fucking he just like pretty much lied about Ellison being a fan of wrestling or whatever the fuck. Like, Tone himself, if we're to believe Garrett, Tone himself, I guess, told him like, well, he kind of embellished it a bit. It's on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. I go live every Thursday. You guys can check that out. And it's my other live show, and I covered it there. But what I think happened was Tone told them that he was going to do this match, and then told Dave, like, go pretend like you're shocked and stunned that, and you're positive Kenny's going to win the belt on Wednesday, and then people will tune in, and then what'll happen is Kenny's not going to win the belt. Okay. He's not going to win it, but he'll still be in a match, like a multi-man, him, Andrade, MJF at Redemption, and then Kenny will get it there. And then it'll be Kenny Ospreay still at All In, the way Dave stooged. Because I swear to God, like him and Brian were acting, and Bry couldn't keep it together because he's so phony when he's doing his, like, you can just tell when he's being phony and when he's being genuine. And then, like, Bry, like a bad blooper from a movie, he cracked up and started laughing when Dave ended up stooging. Well, maybe Kenny does win or doesn't win, but he still wrestles at Redemption. Like he says that we watched that clip on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, and then Bry laughs. He pops laughing because he knows you're not supposed to say that, bro. Like you just stooged it again, like what you did before. So I don't buy into any of the hype, and I'm not trying to undermine this. Like MJF Kenny, yeah, this should be what the fucking who's fighting for the world title and shit. But or maybe they do the mega swerve, the Omega swerve, and then Omega wins, but then he drops it and then he defends, pardon me, at Redemption. And their AEW is in a good predicament where if you do like the right thing, in my opinion, to do is MJF Ospreay, because MJF at least does some semblance of, if we're to believe like, oh, look, the company is doing better numbers or whatever. Well, MJF's been your champ. They're doing better Dynamites. Well, he's your champ. That's why. And he's involved in the world title picture, and it obviously makes for more compelling shit because he does just as much character shit as he does in-ring shit, right? Or Kenny versus Ospreay 3, like the rubber match. Either way, like those are two pretty good like main events for AEW, even though Ospreay's not a draw. And I get it, chat. I know your boy Phil knows. I know that Ospreay, like, okay, he wins the title, then what? Like, people won't care, and people might not even watch the show as much as they are as if it's just like MJF and Andrade and Omega and Joe feuding for the title and shit. But you're paying this kid millions of dollars. Like, that's on Tone. The bad booking and storytelling is on Tone. You're paying Ospreay millions of dollars. You can't reel him in, and you're giving him this shitty Bumbleclot Clan Deathpool Combat Riders fucking storyline. Like, that's on Tone, right? They should have a better story, but it should be him like main eventing and winning the title in the UK, bruv. Like, that should be what you're building to. Everybody can agree to that if you're trying to make him a fucking star. But I just don't. I think it's too little too late maybe for him too. And yeah, so that's what's going on with all this, and hopefully they fill this up 4,000 people, and hopefully they do a TV rating. I don't know what to say. Speaking of bruv, and Paramount and Ellison's and shit. Ospreay. Do I got to DM fucking? Do I got to DM my guy? Where's Zero Dark in chat? Where's Zero Dark? Zero Dark, can you confirm this or not? What Ospreay's saying here. We have 260 people watching. Can you confirm or not whether Paramount was okay with Will Ospreay's controversial AEW Dynamite promo? Now, Ringside News is just doing their job. They're like the TMZ, National Enquirer of fucking dirt sheets, right? So I don't expect them to do any compelling journalism over there. But, you know, they slip in these headlines. Now, this is a Dave Meltzer story. Now, what Dave is doing, again, is the ultimate form of his extrapolations. So Dave hears something or doesn't hear something, so then he just extrapolates it to mean something else, and he's always completely off base. So this is actually not Will Ospreay saying, and bruv, Paramount was okay, bruv. Or I think Ospreay did say that, but Ospreay obviously doesn't know shit. Scotty doesn't know. Scott, don't tell Ospreay. Ospreay doesn't know. Ospreay doesn't know. So like, Ospreay wouldn't know, but he is enough of a shit talker to be like, bruv, in Paramount was okay with it, bruv. Because Tone, as I broke down on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, Tone thinks Ellison's his friend. Okay, well, Tone also hires wrestlers and gives them hugs and awkward weirds them out and had to stop doing that. He doesn't have a good perception of like who his friends are and who are people who are just money marking him in. He lacks self-awareness. That's why he's all weird, like Mark Zuckerberg and shit, right? Like he's just a weirdo. He doesn't have good self-awareness. So when he's like, Ellison's my friend, you're the kid, Tone. You're the kid. Ellison, he calls you the kid. Okay? Just like everybody else. And you may have been to dinners with him. You may know the guy or have worked with the guy by proxy of like NFL shit or whatever, if you want to call it that. But you're not like buds the way Tone thinks. And you can tell by his actions. You can tell by the way he goes, well, I thought Jade Cargill genuinely was going to stay with me because I offered her so much money. And it's like, bro, you don't get it. Jade wants more than just money. She wants to be like the Rock of fucking women's wrestling. Like, you don't get it, bro. You know, Tone, you just don't have a good like feel and perception of like what Edge is doing in your company and shit. I just don't think he gets it. So, and you can tell by like who he pushes, how he acts around wrestlers, how he acts in the go position, gorilla position, and all of these things. Right. And so let's say Tone told Ospreay, oh no, Ellison was cool and I'm friends with them and they're cool. I could see Ospreay repeating it. I'm trying to give Ospreay the benefit of the doubt here. I could see him repeating some shit or just like talking shit and just kind of making it up the same way. Like, remember he's in the Mystery Rumble or whatever, the multiverse Rumble. And then that guy cosplaying Triple H came out and then Ospreay pedigreed him or whatever. And he's like, bruv, I didn't even know that was going to happen. And it's like, bullshit. You didn't know that was going to happen. Tone not only has to clear all your indie shit, but you went out there and were doing spots with guys. Like, you clearly knew that was going to happen. So he will just like kind of lie to save face and shit. And he just says dumb shit, right? We've all found this out about Ospreay. So giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he's just heard Tone saying shit and he goes, and Paramount was okay with it, bruv. And as much as I fucking felt Ospreay, I'm also, guys, this is why this is the best show. I'm being fair. I'm giving Ospreay the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he just said some dumb shit again, okay? So this is what happened. Okay. Ospreay said, I got a good wife, bruv. So here's what I do to treat her. I took her upstairs. I smashed the life out of her, bruv. I said, babe, clean yourself up. I got to go to Houston. Go. I'm over here now, bruv. Right? And so somebody said, it was hilarious, but I'll be honest with everyone. I don't know why. So this is what Ospreay says. I don't know why everyone was so mad about it, bruv. This is the thing. I said she was a good wife. A good me missus, bruv. And I was explaining how amazing she was to my fellow to follow my dream. Then I said I took her upstairs and smashed the life out of her at Mario Kart. Like I beat her so bad at Mario Kart, bruv. And when I said to her, clean yourself up, love, she was sweating, mate. She was trying to play the game. It's 38 degrees in England. She was trying to play the game. Bruv. I mean, he's just obsessed with Triple H. He's obsessed.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
And he goes, I don't mean any harm, bruv. I'm just being funny. Here's the thing. Me boss did. Do we have to play 1776 by Crack? What's with these fucking Englishmen on the 4th of July being fucking goofballs, man? What is going on, dude? I can't even believe this shit. What's with all these Brits talking all this shit on the 4th of July? You talking about Merca? God damn, dude. And he goes, so I politely disagree. Okay, so this is what he says. Here's the thing. Me boss didn't care. Warner Bros. Didn't care. Paramount didn't care. My wife didn't care. So I politely disagree with all of you if you have a problem with it. Don't come into my relationship with my wife. Fuck off. Here's the thing, buddy. You brought everyone into you coming in the relationship with your wife. Oh, go. You talked about coming in your wife and telling her to clean it up, missus, me love, me bird. Right? And you are the one who brought it up. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's like Kane and Undertaker saying they're brothers on TV, and then people go, they're not actually brothers. Stay out of our personal life. Well, you brought it into the fucking show. You know what I mean? So you, man, what's with these fucking Brits? Take it. They got to hold an L. We got to run it.
Yeah. Stupid ass bitch. This shit too easy, goddamn. Corny ass tea sipping bitch. It's crack. Nigga. Hey, 1776, Georgie pulled up with a stick. Like, boy, get the fuck off my dick. Bodies on bodies gon' drop when I walk in. I'm fucking his wife and I'm beating his kid. And I'm killing his mama and fucking his dad. Pull up with the Glock and he going outside. Lit up this whole block, got the Red Coast mad. You know everybody British, I'm motherfucking faggot. That's on God, bitch.
Fuck England. And the Queen can suck my dick. Fuck England. Fish and chips, 10 crumpets in my penis. There's a list of what you eat if you from England. So fuck.
There you guys go. USA. 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 Oh man. Someone's got to sign that guy. Crack Amico. But yeah, so I don't know what's up with fucking Ospreay here. I don't know what's with these motherfuckers. That's Crack Amico 1776. Yeah, dude, I don't know what's with these guys today. I don't know what's going on. Sign Crack Amico. Yeah, Paramount don't know shit, Ospreay. Okay, they don't know shit about what's going on in AEW. I'm willing to bet on that. So Dave then extrapolated it. Oh yeah, actually, let's finish this because I believe Dave Meltzer extrapolates this to mean, he goes, well, what's interesting is, okay, so this is what Dave had to say. Okay, so the one thing he said that nobody picked up on, I actually wanted to bring it up at the press conference, but it just, you guys like that crack or what? I mean, I had other questions that I had higher on my list, and there's only so many. When he's talking, he goes like, my boss was okay with it. WBD was okay with it. Okay, my wife was okay with it. You know who else he said was okay with it? He said Paramount was okay with it, Brian. Oh my God. We need flutes in the fucking chat. Where is the flutes? Fuck England. Tea and crumpets and my penis. It's like, okay, I was fascinated. He said that, because the way he said it, like, it's like he wasn't, this is Dave literally writing this. The way he said it, like, it's like he wasn't, you know what I mean? He's not saying to say, you know what I mean? It's like somehow he got a vote of confidence after the promo from Paramount, which tells me that they, in some form and way, are more following this product than maybe any of us thought. So in Dave's mind, instead of going, yo, you know what? Like, Ospreay's a dumbass and says a bunch of dumb shit, right? Which is what everybody's been pointing out. Instead of saying
he had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
What Dave comes to the conclusion of is that Ospreay heard from Paramount somehow, and Tony Khan, like, they're keeping a close eye, and the boys there know this. And Tone is like courting them before the merger happens, and they're hyped on AEW. Why would he say that? Because he's a dumbass like you, Dave. I mean, I know they are, and you know they are too, but I just thought that there was like, when he said that to me, like, that was like the most, I'm not even adding likes, guys. Read it. Read it along with me. I mean, I know they are, and you know they are too. Look at all the commas here. Who put the commas here? Ringside News? And they're doing this to make fun of them too, because of all the pauses. Look at all these commas, bro. I mean, I know they are, and you know they are too, but I just thought that was like, when he said that to me, like, that was like, whoa! Oh my God, ring it.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
That was like the most interesting thing there, because it was like, okay, this is a re. This is a
retard alert. Retard alert, class.
What? You know, it's like, this is not just, oh, we bought this company and oh, this thing comes along. You know what I mean? Like this thing's along and they don't even know what's going on. It's like, you know, for whatever this means, they know what's going on. Yeah, so they know that the ratings are bad and shit, and they don't care because they're not going to pick up the option. The show's going to be gone soon, and we're just trying to get WBD. Why would it mean anything more than that? Even if Paramount's like, yeah, we're cool with it, we don't even own you guys yet. There's still some fucking T's to cross and lowercase J's. Right? So Meltzer does say Ospreay seems like someone who doesn't filter stuff. Yeah, but he also seems like a liar too. He also lies, bro. People have seen it, right? With their own two eyes. Real eyes, real lies, Meltzer. Boom. And he says the one thing with Will is this is who he is. And when he says something, it's not like he's full politician. Yeah, he is, bro. He lies, bro. We've seen it on Chris Van Vliet. We've seen it in other interviews. He just like says a bunch of dumb shit. And he lies too about like the whole, I said I smashed me wife, bruv. I mean at Mario Kart. That's literally politicianing to, instead of just being like, yeah, I fucked her. She's my wife. I made sweet love to her and she fucking loved it. What are you, a virgin? You know? She didn't even stand on business. He went Mario Kart, bruv. Well, if they didn't have a problem with it, why the fuck did you have to say Mario Kart? That's like me saying in Minecraft. Because I can admit, YouTube got problems with shit. Yeah. You know? I had to click a thing saying I agree that to watch this video before I played 1776 because it's not, even though my fucking I'm of age, it's not suitable for everybody, right? So Zero Dark has been a member for 11 goddamn months. Oh my god. I have to yell at them on Monday. Can't get anyone in America on the phone. Shout out Zero Dark for all the support. The super friends are here. 626 for 676. 67. USA. Go, John. Guys, were you offended by that song or what? Like, it is pretty savage. We didn't even get into the verse. That was just the chorus, but it was talking about fucking dads and stuff. So 626, what do you think? Should we run that one later for the outro? I'm the defender of all the Americas, Lincoln. That's right, dude. Especially against Paul Walter Hauser, dude. Which is a very limey name. You know what I mean? I'm just going hard. Meanwhile, in Canada, we have like the Queen on our fucking coins and shit. The Queen is on our money. We want money. Oh shit, that's funny. So he goes, but just saying, Tony's become a very practiced media person. Will, is it? Will can be an outstanding media. Here's the problem with Ringside News. You're using AI to fucking translate this, or you're drunk. Hire me and I'll edit this shit for you. You know what I mean? Will, is it? Whoa. Whoa. Will can be, I'm trying to make that cash. Fucking hire me. Okay. I'll edit this shit. I'll listen to Dave and I'll write it. You don't have to fucking use AI. Will, is it? No, you mean Will isn't, but you're trying to translate Dave, but you used AI to do it. Will can be an outstanding media person, but it's so completely different. That is not him going through a filter, for a PR filter. That's just what he's thinking at the moment. Yeah, and he also tells lies and is stupid. So there you go. So we move along here, and speaking of Wrestling Observer newsletter, this is according to Brian Alvarez. Mark Briscoe is reportedly dealing with a legitimate injury. Not sure what the injury is, but Mark Briscoe's injury is legit. All the best to him. So Mark Briscoe is injured, and yeah, I hope he gets a speedy recovery, and hopefully he doesn't miss All In. Because Lord knows he deserves a spot on that shit for jobbing everybody for the most part. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is AEW News. Yeah. Okay, so let's get into I just want to quickly see if Tone's gone live for the 4th of July. He hasn't in so long. Tone has not gone live in so long. And he tried to like tighten up the lives, like I've been saying he should do here, and then he just stopped doing them altogether because he couldn't do it. He couldn't tighten them up. Like they should be 2 minutes max, right? So guys, vote in the poll. There's like 270 plus under fluctuating watching. Who do you think is the biggest lol cow in the IWC currently? Even if you're hate watching, just put a 1 in the chat if you think it's Elboo, a 2 in the chat if you think it's Dave Meltzer, 3 for Paul Walter Hauser, 4 for Steven Carrier. Zero Dark says, Phil, I dropped a Bob Iger, Justin Trudeau casual dinner at consulate receipt this morning. I own your country too. God damn it. Yeah, well, you along with fucking China and multiple other countries right now. So, no. Shit. Okay, so let's get into. We gotta get into some shit, man. We gotta get into some shit. Oh man, what are we doing next? You know, I wrote down an itinerary here, and typically I just go all over the place with it. Okay, guys, let's get into the fun stuff. What's in the title? What we came for? And do we fell Dave or do we save this for fucking Thursday? So there's this write-up. There's an article written up by LoPiccolo. I don't know if we read this today because there's so much we need to get to. It is bookmarked. We may get to it, okay? We may get to that. Read the article, do it. Let's check this out. Let's check it out. Maybe we'll do it. Okay, guys, let's get into let me see. The fucking picture's so funny. Oh, this is a long one. Let's get into it. Holy. Okay, but you gotta pick up my fucking we'll go through it, but Nick has to help me pitch the movie AI Zoo. And I'm dead serious. Okay, and we're gonna pitch AI Zoo around town. Okay, and Drew McIntyre will star in it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get flutes in the chat and let's get some goddamn support. Become a member for 99 cents. And become a patron. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Ladies and gentlemen, flutes in the motherfucking chat. This is impromptu. Dave Meltzer dumb moment of this show.
For, you know, the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, that former heel thing.
So Nick LoPiccolo dropped this article called "If Paramount Was Okay With It, Someone Needs to Explain What That Means." About gun jumping and murder law, and it's Dave hopscotching a gun. One of Crack Amico's guns. So he goes, a wrestling quote is now carrying more weight than it should. Will Ospreay. Oh, so this is directly what we were talking about. So perfect thing to do today. Will Ospreay, a top AEW star, recently got married, skipped his honeymoon to work AEW Dynamite on June 17, and made a joke about having sex with his wife on a wrestling show that aired on TNT and HBO Max. And it's like, bud, nobody jumped Will Os. It was his wedding, and he never got his gun jumped, dude. He went and fucking wrestled like a mark. And then he talks about banging his wife, which he did not do scientifically, right, Lex?
I don't know!
Me neither. Wasn't there. There should be nothing remotely controversial about that. Grow up if you think there is. Everybody should be happy for the newlyweds, and yes, this is what healthy adults do. Congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Ospreay. I hope you smash each other as much as you both want. What turned the story into something larger was not the joke. It was Ospreay later defending it by saying his boss, WBD, Paramount, and his wife didn't care, while Paramount's acquisition of WBD is still pending. Dave Meltzer and Garrett Gonzalez. Okay, so it's Garrett Gonzalez. GG is his last name. Now I know. The more you know.
I don't know.
Me neither, Lex. So GG then discussed with Paramount the Paramount reference on Wrestling Observer Radio, with Meltzer treating it as notable because it sounded to him like Ospreay may have gotten some kind of vote of confidence from Paramount. That's the part that matters, not the promo, not the online backlash, and not whether the joke landed. The business question is whether Paramount's name is being used loosely by AEW talent and wrestling media, or whether a pending buyer in a reported $110 billion merger was actually consulted, comforted, or treated as relevant to a seller-controlled programming asset before close. Now, do you see when like it's proper paragraphs, proper punctuation, just like intelligible shit? I can just read it, boom, 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 boom. When it's Dave Meltzer and you're trying to read quotes from him or read his writing, it's like brain rot, bro. It's like Italian brain rot. It's so hard not to bumblefuck over it. It's so bad, man. For anyone landing on my page for the first time and wondering who I am, I spent 17 years as a senior agent at Paradigm, a major Hollywood talent agency, and I exited in January. I've ran multiple divisions at the agency, including film content finance. I created a sports division in 24. I was named the Hollywood Reporter's top 35 agents in sports less than 1 year ago. I also have 2 law degrees, a JD, I'm over here now, and an LLM in entertainment and media law. Jude Law. Do you know Jude Law, though, bro? No. On August 11, 25, 1 full month before the first hostile Paramount bid in September, I began posting here on X that I believed David Ellison, that is, was still interested in buying WBD. I also began posting on August 11 in response to fan questions to that post that in this hypothetical acquisition, remember WBD was not for sale at the time, I personally didn't believe AEW would survive a potential Paramount WBD merger. None of that is pre-merger information. None of that violates antitrust law. It's industry judgment, pattern recognition, and common sense from someone who's been a top agent in Hollywood for almost 2 decades. 2 decades. Dave Meltzer is a decorated wrestling reporter. Just ask him. Let me ask you. He'll tell you who started a newsletter, 40 or 50 years ago, and now prints 50,000 words a week of run-on sentences, backstage rumors, imaginary tea leaves, and guesses about what might happen next in fake fighting. For reasons known only to him, he seems to think that makes him Dick Cavett. Far from it. Dave has repeatedly tried to frame me as crazy, constantly on cocaine, or somehow imaginary. Well, yeah, it's fucking Voldemort. You are Lord Voldemort, bro. While refusing to say my name. Say my name, say my name. Nobody's around you. Which is both pathetic and hilarious. He's old enough to know what the Streisand effect is. Bro, thank you. Thank you. That's what it is. It's the Streisand effect. It's like the more you try to... This is what happens to lol cows over and over and over and over and over again. So the perfect example is a guy named The Quartering. It's just like he brings more attention to, like, right now, everyone's destroying him. People are like launching. There's a guy named like Ron Flurgundy who parodies like Ron Burgundy, and he launched a YouTube career off of just making fun of fucking Jer, the Quarterling, right? Because he just Streisand affected himself, and now everybody makes fun of him. It's what happened to Brendan Schaub. It's what happens to so many Darkside Phil, all of these internet lol cows over the years. There's too many to name. Greg Opie Hughes from Opie and Anthony, he was a fucking radio god. Now he's a fucking lol cow. You know what I'm saying? Corey Feldman's one of them, even though I like Feldman, dude. Fucking Feldman rules, dude. He's in too many flicks I like growing up. But he was kind of a lol cow, though. But yeah, that's what spawned Phil Marks. You know, that's what spawned DMDMW. It's just like you can't, the internet is a thing, bro. We're gonna undo this 50 years of lies. So anyways, Nick LoPiccolo says, I consider those insinuations slanderous and I don't take reputational attacks lightly. So I'm writing this on my cell phone at 30,000 feet. GLAM, we're flying first class up in the sky. Geez, Nick, the way you're fucking Dave here, you joined the Mile High Club. I'm up here now. Somewhere between Phoenix and Dallas because the record should be clean, and I'm Petty Pendergrass, Tom Petty. My broader read on Paramount WBD hasn't changed since DOJ clearance. This has looked less like a broken deal and more like a large debt-financed media transaction grinding through the final regulatory checkpoints. The remaining process is increasingly about what regulators can extract before they let the deal go through, not whether the core transaction thesis has collapsed. DOJ clearance was the major U.S. federal antitrust event. DOJ said on June 12th that based on the evidence it received, the transaction wasn't likely to harm competition or American consumers in streaming video on demand, linear television, or theatrical film development, production, or distribution. Yeah, because if they did, just a side note, if they did, then like Netflix would have done more to hurt like the theatrical stuff, I think, even though they commit to like putting shit in theaters. And with Netflix, they will put shit in theaters. If it does really well on Netflix, they'll do like limited runs theatrically. But, you know, if it's between those two, like, and then the DOJ said this was good, then I don't know. Netflix would have been fucked. They'd have been dead in the water. Comparatively, you know. Anyways, DOJ, at least in my opinion, I don't know. DOJ also said its review involved more than 2 million documents from more than 80 custodians. Dave's gonna be a fucking custodian after this. After this, dude, holy shit, he's getting destroyed. That's serious clearance. It's also consistent with my June 14 read that the main U.S. federal antitrust block had come off the board, but it isn't global closing, and that's why this Paramount antitrust line is so strange. The deal is still in the final extraction phase with the UK, fuck England, EU foreign subsidy review, FCC sensitivity, state AG, politics and delay economics all still live. In that posture, the last thing David Ellison, David Zaslav, Paramount, or WBD should want is a careless public suggestion that the pending buyer is already opining on a WBD-controlled asset before close. Even if the underlying issue is as unserious as an AEW promo, the process issue isn't unserious. And that's the thing. That's the thing, too. I think they're just saying shit. If Ellison comes out and is like, yeah, I smashed me wife too, bruv, ha ha ha, and he's laughing, and it's like, oh, yeah, then okay. But until that happens, like, they're just saying shit because Tone thinks they're buddy-buddy, but he doesn't have a good read on, like, people and his relationship with folk. You know what I'm saying? So, gun jumping isn't a wrestling phrase, and it isn't a media phrase. It's an M&A process phrase in a live transaction. It means the buyer and seller must remain separate economic actors until closing, and the buyer can't begin exercising practical influence over the target before the law allows control to transfer. And so this is why Tone isn't saying shit, but privately saying shit to Garrett Gonzalez and privately saying shit to Ospreay. And then Ospreay's a dumb fuck. And so he just talks shit and says stupid shit. Just like before they were on Fox, Tone was saying shit and Swerve was drunk on a football field going, yeah, Tony lets us do whatever we want. We're going to be on Fox. And then you are not on Fox. And everybody clowned you, and you blocked me when I pointed that out on PWT. So the distinction matters because signing isn't closing. Shareholder approval isn't closing. A press release isn't closing. Even a major regulatory clearance isn't global closing. A merger agreement gives the buyer contractual rights, but it doesn't matter the buyer, the owner, or doesn't make, the buyer, the owner of the target's business before legal close. The seller keeps running the business until closing. So exactly what I pointed out before. You're like, Paramount doesn't even give a fuck. They probably don't know any of this was said. They probably don't even know what anybody's talking about. But Tone and them are like, huh, yeah, like, aren't we cool? Like, hey, I'm cool. They all said we're cool. And that's the thing. Like, they don't care because WBD's still in control of shit. They're trying to get the major deal done. Like, the bigger thing is just acquiring WB. Once that's done, then they're going to take a look at, with a fine-tooth comb, everything, and you're going to see layoffs, and you're going to see some new hires, and you're going to see some fucking bonuses get doled out, and you're going to see some fucking, you're going to see what happens with the DCU, and you're going to see what happens with AEW, and they're going to pay attention then, but they don't care what happened a year ago. They don't care about the spike bats in the back and the fucking, they don't care about Ospreay smashing me wife, bruv. They don't care about that, because all of that is either they're going to revamp it, or they're going to shelve it Diddy style, or they're just going to be like, we're done with this. So this is gone now. We're just going to get rid of this. So who cares? Well, they own 25. Here's the thing too. I firmly believe, and I don't know if anybody can confirm this nor deny this, through our sleuthing and Google research using AI, Brie Bella, right? There's a potential for WBD owning up to 25% of AEW without having to disclose it, depending on how, if it's filed under some shit where it's like, this doesn't make us money, we actually lose money on this, or whatever. I think, right? That was my understanding. We broke this down before, and I brought this up a few times, because the way Dave and some of these people talk about the ownership, well, it's allegedly 5% and shit like that. So it has to be more for them to even care. Oh, well, they own a piece of this thing, and they're like, Dave, it's 5% They'll just write that off to get rid of it. Like, what do you, it's just such a nothing if we're to believe you guys. But I almost believe it's fucking more, and Dave knows that, and some of these people know that. It has to be more. It's like 15 or something, 20. And they just do the paperwork so it doesn't have to be disclosed or something, because Tone likes to keep everything private. I'm willing to, I don't know if that's too conspiratorial. I don't know if that's retarded and doesn't make sense, and someone can correct me on that. But I just think that it had, why would that even be a talking point? Is that just desperation clasping at anything? Well, they own some of it. Yeah, but let's say it's the 5% that Thurston thinks it is, or the 10% or whatever. That's nothing. Why would that make them like reevaluate everything? They just be like, whatever, wipe my ass with that. It's got to be like 20%, and it just doesn't have to be public yet or something. It has to be more that WBD owns, is what I'm saying, that Paramount's inheriting, if they honestly think that they give a fuck about it. No? So let's move along here. Make the buyer the owner of the target. Okay. The seller keeps running the business until closing. The buyer can diligence the target, model the asset, evaluate risk, negotiate covenants, plan integration, and prepare for day one-ish. It can't become an approval layer over the target's ordinary course operations before it owns the company. So for instance, just another example in layman's terms, they can't just go, James Gunn, you're done. Supergirl's done. Not yet anyways, right? That's the discipline behind Hart, Scott, Rodino. I don't know what the fuck that means. For 26, the FTC set the minimum size of transaction threshold at 133.9 million, which gives a useful sense of scale. A reported 110 billion media acquisition isn't operating in some gray zone retail process. It's inside the highest sensitivity version of merger control. The point isn't that merger parties can't communicate. They communicate constantly, and they have to. The point is that communication can't become control. A buyer can diligence the target's programming portfolio, but it can't become the target's programming supervisor. It can evaluate reputational risk, but it can't become the target's PR department, standards department, talent relations department, advertiser risk committee, committed. My back spasmed out a little bit, or creative authority before closing. That's why Sirius, Dave's fucking got a voodoo doll of me, and he's sticking pins in it right now. That's why serious deal teams build process around the signing to closing period. Clean teams, council channels, information protocols, integration work streams, and communications matrices aren't ceremony. They're the control environment that separates lawful planning from unlawful pre-closing control. So just reaffirming what he said before, dropping knowledge here. That's also why the wording matters. Okay. Paramount watched it would be one thing. Paramount was aware of it would be another. Paramount read coverage about it would be routine. Even Paramount internally had no concern based on publicly available information, would likely be harmless if it never affected WBD or AEW conduct. But Paramount was okay with it. Exactly. Now, Ospreay says dumb shit. Okay. Dave's the news. Meltzer's the fucking news. Okay, so he can't
for, you know,
just
the
be
young
saying,
superstar, you know, babyface, you know, that former heel thing. So
it just comes across as shilling. But Paramount was okay with it as a different sentence. It implies a judgment, a communication channel, and some level of relevance. Right. And this is what Dave does. He's a phony propagandist, grifter, liar, not journalist. He wouldn't phrase it that way. You know, level of relevance to the people operating the asset. Maybe that implication is false. Maybe it's bad shorthand. Maybe Ospreay misunderstood something harmless. Maybe someone at AEW gave him comforting but baseless version of events. Those explanations are bad for AEW's credibility, but they're much better than the alternative. If the statement is true in any operationally meaningful way, the question becomes why a pending buyer's comfort level was communicated to, relied on by, or repeated inside a seller-controlled programming business before. They wish it was stellar before close. That's not a wrestling question. That's a merger control question. Gun jumping enforcement isn't theoretical. DOJ and FTC have repeatedly brought cases where the issue wasn't formal early closing, but practical pre-closing control, approval rights, information exchange, and ordinary course deference to the buyer. Computer Associates and Platinum Technology is the clean legacy example. DOJ said the parties agreed that Platinum would restrict customer discounts and other terms during the HSR waiting period. Computer Associates paid $638K in civil penalties and was barred from agreeing on prices, approving or rejecting customers' contracts, or exchanging prospective bid information with future merger partners, Qualcomm and Flareon. I choose you, Flareon. Torch, Meltzer Fett, Brian. Wah. Na, Brian. Na. Meltzer Fett. Flareon, use flamethrower. Oh, shit. Meltzer. Oh my goodness. Is closer to the phrase was okay with it. DOJ said Flareon had to seek Qualcomm's consent before. Qualcomm, go. Return Flareon. Qualcomm, you're up next. Sound like fucking Pokemon, dude. Consent before basic business activities, including new customer proposals, and that Flareon sought and followed Qualcomm's guidance on routine activities. The companies agreed to pay $1.8 billion in civil penalties. God damn, that's a good chunk of cheese. The pattern is what matters. The target asks, the buyer answers, and the target follows. That's practical deference. And that's how a buyer becomes operationally relevant before legal ownership transfers. Smithfield and Premium Standard Farms, Tegrity Farms, I don't have a joke. I was just makes the same point in another industry. DOJ said Smithfield exercised operational control over a significant segment of Premium Standards business before observing the HSR waiting period, and Premium Standards stopped exercising independent business judgment on HOG procurement contracts. The point wasn't HOG procurement, HOG, I'm assuming, because it's not in caps. The point was buyer approval over the seller's live business. In 25, XCL, EP Energy, and Verdun matter is the modern warning shot. The FTC announced a record $5.6 million gun jumping penalty after alleging unlawful pre-closing coordination, including stopping plan, drilling, coordinated customer contracts, deliveries. So what he's saying here is Tone's getting sued. No, allegedly, he's going to jail now. There will be law and there will be order. Oh, fuck. So let's continue along. The industry isn't the point. The doctrine travels. Whether the asset is oil, software, hog procurement, venue management, cable inventory, streaming sports rights, live programming, or wrestling content, the question is the same. Did the target remain independent until closing? That's why Paramount WBD is the wrong environment for loose buyer approval language. This isn't a small private deal. It's a reported $110 billion media consolidation still moving through multiple regulatory, political, and public interest channels. Europe is now a commitments track. Reuters reported that Paramount offered remedies to address European commission concerns, with the commission extending its deadline from July 7 to the 22nd to evaluate the proposal. Reuters, Routers, whatever, also reported that the remedy may involve dissolving Paramount's film distribution joint venture with Universal, which had drawn criticism from European cinema operators. Reuters. We'll go with Reuters. Tomato. Go. It's still a cannoli. That isn't a broken deal posture. That's what the final extraction phase looks like. The commission gets a remedy, creates a record, shows it forced a concession, and still has a path to clear the transaction. Holy fuck. Almost 300 watching. Let's get some goddamn support. Run those likes up. Retweet this fucking stream. Super chat in. Become a member. Gift a membership. Check out Patreon. It's pinned in the comments on YouTube. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. The EU foreign subsidies regulation track remains separate. Reuters reported that the deal is under EU subsidy scrutiny because of sovereign wealth fund backing from Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, and Qatar, with a July 14 deadline for the commission to approve the transaction or open a deeper 90-day review. 90 Day Fiance? Do a reality show where the fucking Saudis and the commission, it's like fucking 90 Day Fiance. There's a real hook, and we're not talking Taz's son here, but it still reads more like leverage than a kill shot. We're not talking swerve either, folks. Gulf Capital gives the commission political and procedural room to ask questions, seek assurances, and create a record. It doesn't automatically make the transaction non-clearable. The UK remains the timing weapon. Reuters reported that UK Culture Minister Lisa Nandy raised concerns about media plurality, news, children's programming, and streaming services, and that the CMA is set to decide the Country Music Awards. I'm sure Jelly Roll will be there to decide by August 7 whether to clear the deal or refer it for deeper review. And that's almost exactly where I had the risk stack on June 14. And again, guys, Nick's batted 1,000. The fact he can even write all this shit and explain it and then come say what up, that's fucking, he knows what he's talking about, right? The UK CMA, okay, sorry, and that's almost exactly, right. The UK CMA is the hammer, the Van Hammer, Brian, because phase 2 is the delay mechanism. Paramount's incentive is to solve this at phase 1 of the MCU, the best phase of the MCU. With commitments around UK news, children's content, investment, theatrical output, licensing, distribution access, and whatever else the UK government say it extracted value without blowing up the transaction. Reuters' July 2 analysis moved in that same direction. It described the UK review as potentially aimed at commitments rather than a veto, and noted the delay itself gives the government leverage because of the ticking fee. Look out for those tickings, especially there in Connecticut. Make you allergic to meat and shit now. Ticking fee after September 30. Because of the ticking fee, like ticking down, like tickety China, the Chinese chicken. The point that matters here, this isn't a transaction where every new regulatory headline means the deal is dying. It's a transaction where every remaining regulator knows Paramount has every incentive to close quickly once the final approvals line up. The financial risk isn't theoretical. In this deal, the larger cost is delay, because Reuters reported that Paramount agreed to pay WBD shareholders 0.25 per share quarter per share quarterly ticking fee if the transaction remains unfinished after September 30, which could total about $650 million per quarter. Holy fuck, man. I'll take one of those, please. Hey, can I have one? Can it be 649? You give me one and I'll go away? No, that's the real cost stack if a pre-closing conduct question gets taken seriously. HSR penalties, potential injunctive relief, compliance monitors, antitrust training obligations, document production, supplemental regulator questions, state AG leverage, UK commitments, EU remedy leverage, shareholder litigation, oxygen, corrective disclosure risk, board level review, and delay. The states are also still part of the noise stack. Reuters has reported that legal challenges may arise from several U.S. states, including California, NY, even after DOJ clearance. My view on that hasn't changed either. Yeah, it's always California and New York fucking everything up for everyone else. No, I'm joking. But like, they're the hubs of entertainment. So that's where you get, they're really going to be like, oh, but the theater. But what about the theater? My view on that hasn't really changed either. DOJ clearance weakened the state AG position on pure deal kill leverage, because California or New York would have to argue that federal antitrust reviewers missed something material after a full review. But a sloppy pre-closing conduct issue would be a gift to any state AG looking for a hook. And again, we're not talking about Taz's son. Holy fuck, we're still going, guys. We're still going. That's why the AEW fact pattern is absurd if true. AEW isn't important enough to justify this kind of risk. AEW isn't driving the deal. AEW isn't the strategic rationale. Guys, now we're on to the AEW stuff. Let's fucking go.
Master, you need to obliterate.
Get hype. It's the good stuff. AEW isn't driving the deal. AEW isn't the strategic rationale for Paramount buying Warner Bros. Discovery. AEW isn't HBO, Max, Warner Bros. DC, the studio, library, theatrical infrastructure, news, sports infrastructure, international scale, streaming consolidation, or the core media balance sheet thesis. Tiffany Amber thesis. No. I had the biggest crush on her, dude. Saved by the Bell. That was the best show. AEW is inherited programming inventory inside a much larger Thiessen. I know, I'm making jokes over here. Much larger company, that's all. In a transaction of this size, inherited assets get reviewed, triaged, renegotiated, renewed, sold, wound down, or ignored. Oh, reviewed, and then renewed. Being inside WBD doesn't make AEW strategic to Paramount. Being inherited isn't the same thing as being wanted. CWCW, which you didn't say, Nick. I'm adding that, but CWCW. Now bringing in the wrestling facts because they matter only after the M&A framework is clear. Boom. Ospreay isn't the problem. I repeat, Ospreay did nothing wrong. He's talent. Ospreay didn't structure the merge. So we're on the same page. You see that, Nick? We're on the same fucking page, buddy. AI Zoo. Coming to a theater near you, okay? We're going to Oh, my God. Never mind. Ospreay didn't structure the merger, draft the clean team protocol, run HSR, manage CMA submissions, negotiate EU remedies, or advise Paramount or WB. D. WB. The reported transcript has Ospreay saying, my boss didn't care, Warner Bros. Didn't care, Paramount didn't care, my wife didn't care, me wife, bruv. That's the sentence. That's the whole problem. If Ospreay misunderstood, AEW has a talent communications problem. If he made it up because he's a wrestler and a worker, that is why they do the work for you. Or they do. That is what they do. They work you. Oh, work you. Okay. Missing a K. You're Meltzer now. No. This whole thing. One letter gone. Dave wishes. You can't go a sentence in Dave without fucking 10 million fucking typos and extra spaces and shit. AEW has a talent communication problem. If Tony Khan or someone else at AEW fed him that line, AEW has a bigger credibility problem. That's what it is. He didn't even feed it to him, Nick. He just overheard, like, Tone's just like bragging. He was bragging to Garrett in a private fucking office. Like, and Garrett was marking out because he's like, I'm such a fan of Larry Ellison. And so it was cool to meet Tone, who like knows David Ellison. That's literally what Garrett was marking out over. And it's like, all right, man, clearly Tone's just talking a bunch of shit and he's super confident, but just look at the way he hugged Okada and shit. Like, he doesn't know. He doesn't have a good gauge on like who's really his friends and shit. AEW has a talent communications problem. If Tony Khan or someone else at AEW fed him that line, AEW has a bigger credibility problem. The question becomes who that person spoke to, whether WBD said anything, and whether anyone at Paramount actually communicated anything. The worst version is obvious. If Ospreay actually heard from Paramount directly or indirectly about an AEW matter while the $110 billion WBD transaction remains pending, this is no longer a wrestling story. It's a pre-closing conduct story. Again, that's not because Ospreay did anything wrong. It's because talent shouldn't be the public endpoint of a pending buyer's supposed comfort level about a target-controlled programming asset. If Paramount was actually consulted, someone has to explain who was consulted, who received the answer, who passed it to AEW, and who allowed it to reach talent. This is where Dave Meltzer and Garrett Gonzalez make the situation worse, no, not better. Snaps. We're doing the baddies fucking finger clap. Everybody, baddie finger clap. If you a bad bitch, do the finger clap, right? Because Nick's cooking here. And this is, thank God he's saying it. It's not just me. People are like, oh, this weirdo fucking A-Logs Dave Meltzer. But here's like a real Hollywood guy just felting him right here in real time. They make the situation worse, not better. Absolutely. We covered this, and I gave my rant on this on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, live every Thursday on YouTube. Meltzer first zeroed in on the Paramount reference. You know who else he said was okay? So here, we'll do this in Dave. You know who else said? He was okay with it? Said Paramount was okay with that, Brian. Then he went further, saying it sounded like Ospreay had somehow gotten a vote of confidence after the promo from Paramount. Exactly. And Dave got a private meeting, was there, dude. He was there sitting front row at the press conference. He probably was chewing gum, took it out of his mouth, and then gave it to Tone that he used the gum. Okay? I'm not a shark, I'm a man. For 5 says, just got off the lake, high as a Georgia pine. Heard you like to crank to Tiffany Amber thesis in. Love you for that, man. Yeah, no comments. How about no comment? Shout you out, Tenta. You take it easy, man. Be careful coming down. You know what I'm saying? Happy 4th, dude. That isn't reporting. That's inference dressed up as access. Meltzer isn't an M&A source. He's not Paramount Counsel, WBD Counsel, a clean team participant, a CMA source, an EU remedy source, a state AG source. What? An SEC source. What? Or a DOJ source. Yeah, he's not inside David Ellison's legal process, David Zaslav's board process, Paramount's integration planning, or WBD's seller side operating protocols. This isn't his lane. This isn't even close to his lane. If Meltzer is merely speculating that Ospreay sounded confident, he should say that. If he's implying Paramount gave Ospreay, AEW, Tony Khan, WBD, or anyone else actual comfort, then he's making a much more serious factual suggestion than he appears to understand. That's the problem with wrestling media pretending to be real journalists or pretending they know anything about these situations. Streamers, the execs, or the sports rights landscape. They don't understand the difference between a buyer watching an asset and a buyer approving. Where am I? Approving an asset. They don't underestimate the difference between diligence and control. They don't understand that in a pending $110 billion merger, Paramount was okay with it. Isn't color. It's a process question. If Meltzer is wrong, he's amplifying a false impression that Paramount has some pre-close relationship to AEW's operating reality that hasn't been publicly established. If Meltzer is right, the problem is worse because he's identifying a communications channel counsel should immediately want to expect. Gonzalez's comment sharpens the same issue. He reportedly said that is not him going through a filter, for a PR filter. That's just what he's thinking at the moment. That may make the quote sound more authentic in wrestling media terms. It makes the M&A issue worse, not better. If Ospreay genuinely believed Paramount was okay with it, the next question is who put that belief in his head? Was it Tony Khan? Was it AWPR? Was it somebody at WBD? Was it a distorted version of Paramount Knows? Was it a distorted version of Paramount Watches? Was it a distorted version of Paramount Has Not Complained? Was it a fantasy? Ding, 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 ding. Nailed it. Was it a fantasy being laundered through talent because AEW wants to imply post-close protection? Those are different answers. Some are merely embarrassing. Some are legal process problems. They're going to jail. Lock them all up. It's time. Prison. Where is it? I can't find my goddamn Law and Order tonight. Fucking StreamYard. Those are different answers. Some are mere. Okay. If Tony Khan told Ospreay that Paramount was okay with it without actual Paramount involvement, this isn't gun jumping. It's worse for AEW's credibility. It means AEW leadership may be feeding talent a story about Paramount support that doesn't exist, using Paramount's name as borrowed authority and laundering a false business narrative through talent interviews that wouldn't make AEW safer, would make AEW look desperate. Oh, yeah, they're desperate. But if someone at AEW told Ospreay that a Paramount was okay with it, the next question is who that AEW person spoke to. I'm losing my mind. Did they speak to WBD? Did WBD speak to Paramount? Was this public information only? Was counsel involved? Was it part of a lawful integration planning? Was it routed through any clean team protocol? This is what it was, Nick. It was fucking Tone drinking White Claws going, yeah, and I'm fucking friends with Ellison, and they don't care. And he's just drinking White Claws and shit. 3 espressos, triple cup Tone. You know, that's what it is. And then Bruv's like, oh, Bruv, I said, it's like when Swerve again was like, yeah, we're going to Fox. Tony lets me do whatever I want, man. We can do whatever we want. We're going to Fox. They just shit talk. It's what everybody does there. Because it's unserious. Like, they don't have real things. They can't go look at our gates. And if they did, Dave would surely vote it a fucking disgusting promotional tactic and shit, you know? So they have to brag about like invisible shit that doesn't really exist. Those questions matter because Paramount watched it and Paramount was okay with it aren't the same sentence. Paramount watched it is probably harmless. Paramount was aware of it is probably harmless. Paramount read coverage about it is harmless. Paramount internally had no concern based on public information is probably harmless. Paramount was okay with it implies a judgment that traveled back to the target side. That's the risk. The worst case scenario isn't hard to map. Paramount was actually consulted about AEW before close. Paramount communicated comfort about AEW before close. Paramount's reaction was communicated back to WBD or AEW. Paramount's reaction was communicated to talent. Paramount's view is treated as relevant by AEW or WBD. Paramount's view affected PR response, standards, reviews, advertiser risk assessment, talent handling, network positioning, or issue management. Paramount's view was discussed outside a clean team process. Paramount received non-public information, public, I said, but fuck it, about a WBD-controlled asset. Paramount received commercially sensitive, not insensitive, information outside appropriate safeguards. Paramount was looped into target-level operating conduct before closing. Paramount was treated as a shadow approval authority. Not more authority, Brian. AEW talent then repeated that fact publicly. That would be a wrestling note. That wouldn't be a wrestling note. That would be a litigation hold. To be precise, a wrestler saying something in an interview isn't standing alone. An SEC isn't standing alone an SEC violation. A Wrestling Observer segment isn't standing alone an SEC violation, and neither is anything said here at PWT, guys. A third-party media inference doesn't magically create an HSR violation by itself, but if the underlying fact is true, the issue changes. If the parties as public company record says the buyer and seller remain independent before closing while the operating reality shows the pending buyer already influencing target assets, that can create securities disclosure controls, governance, misstatement, and who knew what when questions. That's the SEC overlay, not because this is the same thing as securities offering gun jumping. It isn't. The point is that public company communications and internal controls matter. In a live $110 billion transaction, the regulator, Warren G., question set is obvious. For California love, for California Attorney General Rob Bonta's office, for the CMA. So you're breaking down each fucking, like how they'd felt them or what? Do we go through this? So did any Paramount employee, officer, law consultant, integration lead, or advisor communicate with WBD, AEW, Tony Khan, or AEW representatives about the Ospreay promo? Did Paramount express any view on AEW talent conduct, advertiser risk, standards risk, or PR response? Did WBD or AEW treat that view as relevant? Did Paramount receive any non-public information about AEW program? I mean, this is all shit these motherfuckers at the press conference should be asking Tone and shit, but they don't. Because they're fucking hacks. I need a drink. Were any communications routed outside counsel, outside the clean team, or outside approval integration channels? For NY Attorney General Letitia James's office, same things. Did anyone use Paramount's name to imply post-close support for AEW that hadn't been authorized? For the CMA, are the parties preserving independent decision-making while the UK review remains open? Has Paramount exercised or been asked to exercise any influence over WBD programming standards, advertiser, or content response decisions? Has any UK relevant content, news, children's programming, streaming, or live program strategy been affected by pre-closing coordination? For the European Commission, did the parties maintain separation during EU remedy review? Did any pre-closing communication involve competitively sensitive information? Did any buyer side communication influence target conduct before the commission completed review? Did the parties' remedy submissions assume operational independence while any business unit conduct suggested otherwise? Paramount's Macon Del Rahim should be asking internally, who at Paramount, if anyone, knew about the promo? Did anyone at Paramount communicate with WBD? Does anyone know? So again, just repeating all of the things because he's just pointing out like all of these, you need to ask these goddamn questions. Was any such communication public information only? Was counsel involved? Was the communication authorized? WBD's Priya AR should be asking, did anyone at WBD communicate Paramount's supposed view to AW? Did WBD or AEW just skimming through these act differently because of Paramount's supposed comfort? Did anyone approve talent, PR, media talking points referencing Paramount? Are there documents showing that WBD retained independent decision-making over AEW? AEW should be asking a simpler and uglier set of questions. Sorry, we got windows open here. Who told Ospreay Paramount didn't care? Did Tony Khan say it? Did AWPR say it? Did WBD say it? Did anyone from Paramount actually say it? Was the statement cleared? Was it based on fact, inference, or wish casting? Was Paramount's name used to make talent believe AEW had future protection? Was Meltzer fed the same theory? Did Observer amplify an invented business narrative? Yeah, that's what Dave does. That's what he fucking did. You know? 626 for 5 says 626 here to relieve Sauce of his mod powers. Thank you for your service. Now give me the mod power. He's 626. I have the power. Maybe it would get more over with me if that fucking movie was good, bud. But until then, I don't know about all of that. Lincoln Hawk for 5 says use the Zoo by the Scorpions as the theme song. 0.25% is mine now. America. Yeah, dude. AI Zoo coming to a theater near you, and possibly we'll use the Zoo by the Scorpions. Because again, scorpion, kind of like an animal, like a half bug, half animal. And then it's the Zoo, right? So it makes sense. And what we'll do is we'll get an AI rendition of the Zoo by the Scorpions. Okay? Okay, so let's go along here. We're in the home stretch here. I did this for you guys. Thank you for the support. Keep getting the support in. The preservation list isn't complicated. Preserve communications between Paramount, Skydance, WBD, AEW, Tony Khan, AWPR, talent relations, standards and practices, advertiser sales, network executives, integration personnel, outside cancel, internal legal, Dave Meltzer, Wrestling Observer personnel, and anyone who discussed Paramount's awareness, comfort, approval, reaction, or supposed view. Preserve emails, text, Slack messages, team messages, signal messages, WhatsApp. So just preserve all this shit. AEW, Ospreay's promo, TNT, TBS, or Max Bar, boom. Again, not because the quote proves misconduct. It doesn't. The point is that the quote creates the exact kind of question competent deal counsel would want answered internally before a regulator asks it externally. The legal stakeholders who might care are easy to identify. Paramount's chief legal officer got tagged. He would care if his company's name were being used to imply pre-closing approval over a WBD controlled asset. All of these people would care. Okay. The FTC and DOJ antitrust division would understand the gun jumping doctrine immediately. So Nick's snitching right here. And he said, no, I'm joking, but he's laying it out for them. Right. And they could just present this as the proof, I guess. So the DOJ would give a fuck. That's why Paramount was okay with it. Is such a bad line. If it's false. And the fact that like Tone and Dave speak on the phone. Right. Tone and Dave speak on the phone. So that's why it's fucked up, because you could even point to that and go, well, these guys have private meetings and laugh about it and talk about you and fucking like Paramount and all of these things. So yeah, it's just not a good look. If it's false, AEW looks desperate. If it's planted, AEW looks worse. If it's misunderstood, AEW has a communications control problem. If it's true, the deal teams have a process problem. You know what I'm saying? So None of these options make AEW more valuable. Core assets don't need validation. Laundered through offhand talent comments, core assets show up in investor materials, authorized executive statements, rights agreements, renewal commitments, formal strategy, and post-close operating plans. AEW doesn't become strategic because someone says Paramount was okay with the promo. AEW doesn't become safe because Meltzer thinks Ospreay sounded like he got a vote of confidence. AEW doesn't become a Paramount asset because wrestling media doesn't understand M&A. Attention is commitment. Awareness isn't renewal. And this is what's so funny. Can I just point out too? Nick can write an article like this. Jon Alba and all these guys duck him and shit. I just say some shit about their fantasy booking being ass, and then they all got to have a little spurg out and fucking quote tweet me and fucking respond. Oh, what are you talking about? It's like, come on, man. Respond to this. Do some fucking fact check this. Alba or one of you fucking guys, fact check this and do some real journalism. Like, don't you actually want to like do something compelling, you know, like read this and respond to this and get upset about this instead of your fantasy mark booking. A buyer watching an asset doesn't mean the buyer wants the asset. Buyers also diligence liabilities. Buyers diligence contracts they plan to exit. Buyers study assets that they may rationalize after close. Buyers pay attention to things they don't want. That's why the Paramount name drop is so weak as business validation and so dangerous as process evidence. It either means nothing or it means something very bad. There's no version where it proves AEW is protected. I don't believe Ospreay heard from Paramount. I don't believe Paramount was consulted. I don't believe WBD would permit it. I don't believe any serious lawyer would allow it. I don't believe AEW is remotely important enough to the Paramount WBD transaction for anyone competent to put the deal record at risk. I don't believe AEW is a deal driver, a strategic pillar, or a protected crown jewel. Nor do I believe AEW necessarily survives the merger if and when Paramount takes control. I've been consistent with everything I've ever said from the beginning, which is almost a full trip around the sun now. Might as well be walking on the sun. Paramount isn't picking up AEW because Ospreay said a sentence. Paramount isn't picking up AEW because Meltzer found the sentence interesting. Paramount isn't picking up AEW because wrestling media wants proximity to WBD to equal protection inside Paramount. That isn't how M&A works. The clean analysis is simple. If Paramount wasn't involved in AEW talent and wrestling media or using Paramount's name without basis, if Paramount was involved, then this is no longer a wrestling story. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. This is the story of a flute player who cried Paramount and drowned AEW, Brian. This is no longer a wrestling story. It's $110 billion, blah. I'm fucking, and I'm spent, as Austin Powers would say. Merger control problem. Everybody's tagged. How you can help Venezuela. And he says, I do this for free. Dave and others charge $14.99 or $5.99 or whatever the number is. So help Venezuela. Or donate it to PWT Phil Marks. And here's his bibliography, I think is the right word, right? He drops sources and how you can help Venezuela and shit. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the show. My fucking God. What a long one where I need a Dave flute, just any Dave flute. What an absolute long segment that was.
Learn Meltzer Inferno.
Here we go. Dave just got pelted. He got up. Fucking Nick owned him. Nick LoPiccolo went super Namekian on his ass, fused with Kami, and fucking just cannon blasted him. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so shout out Nick LoPiccolo and shout me out for reading that, I guess, too. I didn't know we were going to do that today, but that was fun. I actually really enjoyed that. And David Meltzer just got fucking smashed to oblivion, as it should be. Okay, guys, we have a couple other segments I want to get to for sure. For sure. And this next one involves Ringside News' Steve Carrier. Believe it or not. And there's like 300 watching. Shout you guys out. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. If you're on X, just find the link. Consider checking out Patreon. Okay, I do a bunch of fun shit over there. This is the best fucking live show there is in pro wrestling fucking YouTube, at least in my opinion. So guys, before we get into that, joining the show, believe it or not, once again doing a run-in, Chris Jericho. So, ladies and gentlemen, I put a poll in the chat. I'm going to drop my vote here. And I'm going to put a 2 in the chat because Dave is forever my biggest fool, okay? With that being said, we have a poll in the chat. Now, wherever you're watching this, the chat on Kick, the chat on YouTube, the chat on X, 1 for Ibou, 2 for Dave Meltzer, 3 for Paul Walter Hauser, 4 for Steve Carrier. Who do you think is the biggest lol cow in the IWC currently? Now, my vote goes Dave Meltzer, always, infinitely, but we're about to talk about Steve Carrier here a little bit, okay? Because he got into it with one Joey Janela, and they started flexing their girls on each other and all this shit. It was pretty funny. And we're going to go through this here. So don't touch that dial. So I don't even know where to start with this. Okay. But Steve Carrier, and this is a segment called Wrestling's Not Fake. So Steve Carrier. Okay. And one time Steve Carrier was like, oh, we need someone to write or so. This is like a few years ago. And I was like, I'll do it. But someone was like, really, Phil, you'd work for this? And I was like, yes, if he paid me and just shut the fuck up and didn't tell me what to do, yeah, I'd fucking work for him. No problem. You know, I'm not involved in any of his clear debauchery. No, I'm joking. He's a DJ. No, shout out Steve Carrier. I don't even really know. People are like, he's a drunk who gets arrested and he's had a bunch of crash outs that we've chronicled. If you guys are unaware, he's the founder of Ringside News. Okay. Which it's funny that he crashes out and shit because like Ringside News is like the fucking Jerry Springer of dirt sheets, in my opinion. But for some reason, okay, we're just going in the order of like how I bookmark stuff. Steve Carrier goes, I don't need sex. I don't need to sex flex. But here you go, Janela, baby. So Joey Janela. This was when I flew Bay to a Bay. And I'm a ride with my Bay. I've been in the kitchen cooking pies with my Bay. Yeah, this guy's fucking calling her Bay. What is it, 2014? What are you talking about? Flew Bay to, he misspelled pay. I'm joking. I don't mean to hate on your bitches. It's a comedy show, Steve. Okay, don't get all uppity. This is when I flew Bay to Alaska, not from a rental either. What are you talking about the girl or are you talking about the My name's Phil Marks. I'll be here all week, guys. Not from a rental either. You mean the jacuzzi or the tits? Go. You ever own anything like I own you? So he's like, I own you. And then here's his bae, right? And she's smoking a blunt in a hot tub in Alaska. And so this guy goes, rookie mistake screenshots. You didn't think this through, huh? And then this guy goes, what a terribly rolled blunt. You never rolled anything in your life. You tweet this from your dad's basement? Oh, God, your dad's basement? What's next? You're going to call him gay and challenge him to a fight? You fucking boomer. Oh, man. So he's responding to everybody who's just like hating on his chick, right? Or hating on him, actually, her bluntness. You can't really hate on her. She's all good. You're fine. I'm sorry you had to get involved in this, hon. But Joey Janela here goes, what the fuck? And he goes, bro typed 4 emojis because words weren't going to help. And then Jon Alba, who we're going to get into in a bit, goes, sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, what the hell is happening here? And then Joey Janela says he's drunk screen capping some girl's IG's photos that he's horny for and pretending he's banging her and flew her to Alaska. I was wrong. I'd admit that. And this guy goes, he flew her to Alaska, go to take the pictures, then had to go alone to a motel room while her and her BF used his home. Oh, no. I need someone to find out who this girl is. No, don't. Because even if he paid her, we got to stop scaring the hoes at PWT. We're putting a stop to scaring the hoes. You will be ticketed and fined, and we will investigate you if you guys scare these hoes. Okay, too many of them. Leave them alone. Okay, fucking stalking out Andrade Instagram hoes. Stop scaring them. Okay, leave her out of this. She has nothing to. Right? She's just there for the blunts and the jacuzzi. I'm assuming. No, I'm joking. So we move along here, and this guy goes, where's picture 2 and 3? He goes, you're thinking too hard. Weird ass energy. My photos are probably the closest you will ever come to a real female. And then he goes, here you go, loser. Okay. I mean, it's probably is. Well, I mean, I don't know. Jokes aside about it being his chick, like it could be his. Like it looks like it's his girlfriend, dude. So I don't know. Unless that's all AI. I mean, I don't even think that matters whether it's his girlfriend or not. It doesn't make it any less cringe, No, picture 2, 3. That's a video and 2 pictures that. Okay, I'm not even. What are we fucking? What do you care? So this is when Joey Janela drops this. Bad boy breaking news. Oh shit, we gotta hit the drop. Joey Janela comes in with the bad boy breaking news here. Wrestling's not fake on PWT. Joey doesn't even talk like that, but that's my impression. So he says, bad boy breaking news has obtained exclusive body cam footage of Steve Carrier's sugar baby talking to police after a DV incident. YouTube. Here's a small snippet with some notable quotes. We're not in a relationship. He's my sugar daddy. A sugar daddy? A sugar cookie man? A sugar daddy? The car is in my name, sugar baby. Oh no.
Did you get that on video?
No, I got they took pictures of the house. You're going to jail and I'm going to kill you. That's what I got. Why did you attack me?
Gotcha. Then you said you have it on video about him pushing you. Can I see that? So okay, so I understand you guys are interested.
If she shows you him pushing her.
How did Joey Janela get this? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. And I don't know where this started, like out of nowhere. Carrier, hey, that's the order I had it bookmarked in. That's what I saw first. I don't know. Am I missing something? I know that they've had beef in the past, But why did Carrier randomly just tag Janela in this post being like, look at my girl? Right? What am I missing? Where's the missing piece? Maybe they just have had a long-standing beef, but that's why Joey Janela was like, what the fuck? It's like, why'd you just randomly tag me in this? And then Joey drops this. This is crazy.
You guys gonna pick up on that?
No, because it's not. They're not in a relationship, right?
No.
Okay,
They're in a
no.
relationship. He's my sugar daddy.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! People got to remember, man, the sugar babies, they'll act like your goddamn girlfriend. So it's not like those pictures. My whole point was like, whether it's your girl or you're paying her, it's still cringe to just like do that. I don't know. But she just said it. It's on police body cam.
Let's talk about it.
I want him to go to jail.
No.
It's Christmas time. He just
It's not domestic violence because they're not.
Look, calm down.
Yeah.
You know, you guys were obviously had one too many drinks.
Okay.
And he can't drive, dude. He comes over here and he fucking takes my car and he takes it to his house.
Gotcha.
Because he bought my car. The car's in my name.
Yeah.
And he fucking takes it. Because he's got a spare key. Like, that is not okay.
Oh no.
That is not okay at all. Like, this nigga is fucking crazy.
So
she said the N-word. Oh my God. I wish my sounds were in the right spot. Because that was racialist, dude.
Racist.
I don't know if she's black.
Oh.
She could be mixed or something.
Yeah, so
You mean about my
Again, don't leave her out of this. Oh my God. Joey Janela just like dropped a fucking nuke. Wow. And all of that just to be like, no, dude, that's not your actual girlfriend. Like, you pay her and she's your girlfriend. Which, I mean, I guess is still girlfriend, I guess, on like a technicality or something, but oh man. That's a wild clip to post. I'm trying to gather my thoughts. My thoughts are the views expressed in this program are those of the guests, those of the segments, and not the host of the show. No. That's a crazy felt, just like to destroy the pictures of like, we've gone skating together. And this is why it's even worse. It's because she's like trying to save his ass from the police there too. Do you know what I mean? She's trying to save his ass while also being like, and that's not my man type shit. So it's like extra worse because it's not like, well, she's just talking shit, like trying to get him locked up or something. She's like, can you just tell him to calm down? He's crazy and this N-word is crazy and we just want to go fucking go to bed and we just don't want him driving my shit around and he's not my man. So don't do a DV thing. We're fucking just, we're just dating. He's my sugar daddy or whatever the fuck. So it's like extra worse because, So Steve Carrier had this to say. Daily reminder that I own my house, my car, and Janela baby. Guy wakes up my car and Joey Janela. Guy wakes up every day and needs to remind someone. I've read so much today. It's too much reading. No. Needs to remind someone he fucks Megan Bain, but he doesn't do that every day. But he does fuck Megan Bain, which is like a massive W. What a pathetic little boy. He does it from a rental too. Well, maybe he's saving money that way. How do we bragging? Okay, so I can speak from my experience. Joey is a douchebag, but two wrongs don't make a right. Steve goes, bragging about who fucks is low rent, but that's what you did, Steve. That's what you did,
bro. Sure thing.
But that's what you also did. Okay, so. And then you just said, I don't mean to sex flex, but that's what you did. And then you got the fucking body cam tapes released. And the girl said what she said. So If that's your flex, I feel bad. That was your flex, Steve. You did the same flex. I feel bad for the relationship they are in. Imagine being Megan Bain and this guy's dragging her into this petty shit. She's not dragged into it, buddy. You're dragging her into it. He keeps her completely out of it. He just, when people talk shit on him, and a lot of people, man, you see it almost every day. People are like, I can't believe Megan Bain fucks you and stuff like this. He doesn't drag her into the shit. He has a couple times, but more in like a joking manner. You're like tagging her in this shit. So you feel bad for him doing what you're doing. You wouldn't even tag her. You just say like Bane or whatever. Or any female he was with. This is sad and pathetic. Who cares about low IQ? I get pussy. I think that's what Janela DM'd him. Who cares about low IQ? I get pussy. Oh my God. That's the most Joey Janela shit you could ever say. 626 for 2 sweets. A 626 returning to PWT greater than Punk returns in Chicago. Maybe. You're fucking marking out for yourself, dude. It is though. I think you're right
Sure
about that.
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
So we move along here, and Steve Carrier again drags Megan Bain into it and goes, I think Megan Bain is one of the best wrestlers in the world, great in ring and great presence. Joey, on the other hand, with his sex flex in my DMs is low ass shit. Guy is flexing his body count to a dirt sheet writer he doesn't even know. What a shame. Megan deserves better. I mean, unless she's cool with it, but yeah, like when you got a girl and you're talking about like fucking and these other chicks I fucked, it's just kind of disrespect, you know? Like Steve Carrier goes, I own my house, my car, and Joey Janela. So Janela, you know, Joey just hit him with the fucking Mike Tyson left, kaboo, kablowy, and then it's done. You know, like there's none of this spurging is gonna get back at anything. So Joey Janela says, I may have a rental. I also have police body cam footage. Oh no. No. So Dave Hancock says, I got to say, Joey Janela outing Steve Carrier as a sugar daddy cuck with police. Body cam footage as proof is what my timeline needed. He's a cuck. Oh my God. It's too funny. Oh shit. So Joey says, got a lot more where that came from. Thank you to friends in higher places. Steve, I'd never mention my name again if I was you. Oh, shit. Bro, this guy's hate for you is wild because he rents his women. Oh, man. And Steve Carrier goes, this is my fave Joey Janela message. What you think, Megan Bain? Who cares about low IQ? I get pussy. Yeah, but like, do you think she cares? Like, okay, this is what you got to understand, right? This is where a lot of guys fuck up. Your girl, whoever, wife, girlfriend, fling, whatever the fuck, they want you. They know you get pussy, right? They should want you to. Okay? They don't want to be with some fucking dude who doesn't get pussy. You know what I mean? Like, that's why they like you in the first place. Probably. Because there's something about you, right? And it's like a dude. This sounds like red pill man, and I'm not trying to say this is more Patrice O'Neal type shit. I'm gonna give credit to Patrice O'Neal, right? The GOAT, one of the GOATs, R.I.P. And it's just like your girl you need to be fuckable. Like your girl will like you more if other girls like you, want to fuck you, you know? So Megan Bain, that's like a flex for her too. Now, not about like, if he's like, man, I fucked this girl and this girl and this girl. And it's kind of sleazy, obviously, right? But Joey Janela's whole shtick is he's a shitbag. And people say that's not even his shtick. He is a shitbag, IRL, right? I don't know him, right? I think he's just fucking hilarious on socials. I'm not going to lie, dude. I think he's fucking hilarious. And I do think AEW did him dirty. But of course this is the guy. Joey Janela is like Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. Like that's what he would say. But to think that like What, Megan Bain, what do you think? She knows. She fucks him. She gives him pussy. So where do you think he gets it from? And she's everybody. You know what I'm saying? So everybody thinks Megan Bain is a dime, right? So like that's not a fucking own. And then he got ratioed, obviously, because it's like, how is that? And you're just like dragging her more into it. You know? So that was just an overall L. And then Brett Lauderdale jumps in and he goes, come get your boy because I just fuck him up. So Steve Carrier is hitting up Brett Lauderdale now. Melting down. Okay? Over 300 watching. Like, subscribe, retweet, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Super chat in. Become a member if you're on YouTube. 99 cents. I do bonus shows weekly. Steve Carrier now is messaging Brett Lauderdale. Joey Janela works with Brett Lauderdale, but he also works all over the place, other indies, like maybe they're boys, but now you're like messaging his boy and shit, or like a work affiliate or a work associate type shit, right? And he goes, not a solid way to reach out to the media. I'm debating on publishing this. Not to mention his slanderious. So slanderious is the evolved form of slanderous, folks. And that's where somebody slanders you, but it's super, super serious. Okay? That's where you get slanderious. Slanderious, I choose you. Use water gun on Quaycom. Oh, shit. Slanderious, return. I choose Flareon. Not to mention his slanderious tweet directed at my publication. This low IQ idiot. After he says slanderious. Hold on a second. That is not a word. No, it is not a word. Yeah, I was like, am I high? Like, what? That could not be a word. This low IQ idiot can't read to save his life. We printed word for word what he said. Come get your boy because I just fuck him up. Because I just fuck him up and break his back. Fuck Hulk Hogan. USA. Puh. Iran. #1. Wait until the rest of he turns into the fucking Iron Sheik. Iron Steve. Wait until the rest of DMs calm out, followed by my article, but it's by BUY. So it's like he's so drunk. Making so many fucking typos because he's so drunk, okay, that he's adding letters. Like most people, you mix up a letter, but you're adding letters to words by BUY my article. And he goes, stop quote tweeting our articles like a pussy. I picked the old logo on all our articles because it was the last time you were relevant. Whatever that means. I just want to see what people said. No one claims Steve Carrier. Brett, you need to stop with all this slanderous bullshit. Just going to leave this here as a reminder. Carrier is a grade A certified piece of shit. Okay, well, what is this? This is from 2022. What is this? This guy goes, hey, yo, fuck Steve Carrier and fuck anyone ringside news who agrees with his ideologies. Being drunk is not an excuse to make obliviously transphobic remarks. Oh, my God. Let's see. What is this?
No, Coney, no, he does not care. That's why you know why Tony doesn't care? Because he actually let a fucking man win his fucking first women's title belt. What else you want to hear?
Oh, man, that dude's loaded, allegedly, guy, in my opinion. He's fucking loaded. Oh, my God. Oh, listen to that one more time. Whoa.
No, Coney, no, he does not care.
And he called him Coney, like the fucking hot dog or whatever.
Why you know why Tony doesn't care? Because he actually let a fucking man win his fucking first women's title belt. What else you want to hear?
What else you want here? Oh my God, dude. He's wasted, allegedly. So Steve Carrier then continues along and he goes, if you think of pulling up, oh my God, now we're going to pull up It's literally the joke I said before. What's next? You're going to say you're gay and I want to fight you? Just the lol cow playbook. Steve Carrier now is like, if you thinking of pulling up, oh shit. If you thinking of pulling up, you better have arms and not texting me from a rental section 8 like that pussy Janela. Baby, I had a convo with him and all he did was talk about all the ass he gets. If your claim to life is fucking Megan Bain, you need help. Oh my God, Steve. I think fucking you need help, buddy. I still have my house, my car. Oh my God, man. Oh man. So Steve Carrier drops this. This is Joey, I own your ass, Janela. And so Joey Janela says, you fucking nut. Or yeah, so this is the gray text or Joey. The blue is Carrier. So Joey goes, you fucking nothing. Now Joey will do this. He'll start DMing people fucking 15 times in a row or whatever, trying to get at them and stuff. He's never spurged out on me. Here's the thing, though. I don't think I've ever really trashed Joey Janela. Like, am I the biggest fan of his shit? Have I made fun of like him lighting his boot on fire and shit? Yeah, it's funny. I remember we watched, I think, his interview with Chris Van Vliet or someone else, and I was like putting him over. I was like, dude, AEW really fucked him, it appears, in this. And I don't think I've ever like buried him. Like I kind of do the voice or whatever, but you got to point it out. Like people think he's a piece of shit. He's Jay from Jay and Silent Bob, like real. And I think he's from Jersey. So that's literally what he is. What do you expect? I think it's funny as fuck personally, but it is cringe when it's like, people are him and JD, we're going to like meet up and fight and shit. That's cringe. You guys are being cringe, but I've never really like buried him or anything, I think I more like laugh at most of the shit. So he's never flipped out. Friend of the show, JJ Alexander, I think got into it with Joey Janela not long ago. But he goes, you fuck nothing and jerk off to me. You want me to send you nudes? Oh my God. Like, that's funny, dude. You jerk off to me? That's hilarious. To help you with that, send me some money. I'll send you some spicy pics, baby cakes. I'm about to get you banned in here. Okay, that's cringe. LOL. But he's just joking too. That's like, he's saying that to rile up and get a response from Carrier. And like, that's the old Xbox thing. Like, oh, I'll get you banned. I know the owner of Microsoft. I'll get you banned. Have fun getting banned. And it's like, you can't really get anyone banned, So he goes 7 DMs in a row. I own you. And then you submitted a report. So then he reported Joey Janela instead. Steve Carrier did. So now they've resorted to reporting each other.
Emotional damage.
So that was awesome. And speaking of emotional damage, Paul Walter Hauser, he took a bunch of heat. Jim Cornette destroyed him. There's a clip from the show over at youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips where I break this down. And Jim Cornette destroyed Paul Walter Hauser after I destroyed him too. Also, Jose the assistant destroyed him. And then so did the IWC because he brought Nick Bockwinkel up. And then he started like diminishing Nick Bockwinkel and shit. It was stupid, but then he deleted his Twitter again. And so I want to shout out Husey for warning me to bookmark or to screen grab our back and forth there. And now it lives in video infamy. Like I fucking covered it on the show and everything. But yeah, he ended up, Hauser deleted his Twitter, his second Twitter. Right? Because he just had like an actor one, but he got involved with the IWC and then he started Wrestler Hauser. And then he caught so much heat from the Bockwinkel stuff. And again, people are like, we need to gatekeep from celebrities like this. And I don't even know if that's it. It's just like whoever's gassing him up and telling him he's good. This is what it is, right? So Stephen A. Smith, who many wrestling fans know, he started covering the UFC when ESPN was doing coverage of the UFC at the beginning there. And Stephen A. Smith was like on panel with fucking Joe Rogan. And I remember the very first event Stephen A. Smith was on was when Cowboy Cerrone fought McGregor. And he was just saying a bunch of like shit, a bunch of like NBA terminology and just a bunch of shit. He doesn't know fighting. So Joe Rogan had to sit there and just dismantle every point he tried to make. And I appreciate Joe's, like his pod's cringy and shit a lot of the time now. Like, you know, I don't need to hear from fucking another technocrat asshole fucking, you know, and you glazing them, Joe. But, and then playing stupid when Tim Dillon's on your fucking show, right? I don't need to hear any more of that. But when it comes to like him with MMA, he's been nothing but a net positive for the fucking sport. And again, NBA, like the way it's covered, there's a lot of phoniness. There's a lot of Skip Baylesses and all that. And Stephen A. Smith was doing that in UFC. And it was very much like, no, bitch, you don't do that here. And Joe checked him for just having the worst takes ever. And then Stephen A. Smith, what he did was he released a clip of himself hitting pads in a hotel room. And it was the worst fucking boxing. Let me find this clip. I know it exists. And Stephen A. Smith dropped a clip of him hitting pads in a hotel room. Right? And he's like, yeah, tell that to my boxing coach that I don't know what I'm talking about or some shit like that, right? And it was the worst shit I've ever seen. And all it is it's like, I can't find the clip, but it's just like people around you are telling you you're doing shit good when you're not. It's so embarrassing. You guys saw that video. This is years ago, right? But it's like, people are just gassing you up, bro. Like if your trainer's letting you hit pads like that, he is the shits and he's just telling you what you want to hear and you're not really learning anything. Right? And so, and a lot of celebrities get this. Okay. Some people accuse Wiz Khalifa of this. Like, dude, he hits pads so shitty, but nobody there is telling him that. Because they don't care. They're just getting paid to teach them basics and how to hit pads, which whatever. I say if you're hitting pads and taking any time to do that, that's better than not doing that, you know? But either way, I digress. Paul Walter Hauser, Stephen A. Smith. He fucking goes in MLW, has a shitty match, puts over the part where he does a little dog pant. Because in his mind, that's brilliant character work. It's a great record, right? It's brilliant character work. It's Shakespeare to him, but meanwhile, all the wrestling's shitty, and that matters more. If, okay, your character bullshit, no one cares if you also can't wrestle, and the dog pant thing is cheesy and shitty too, but you're dressed like fucking Hitman. I called him Slowkey, right? He's dressed like Loki with the fucking gun holster straps and all this shit. And you like don't know how to wrestle, but you're on MLW taking a spot from one of the boys, but you love wrestling. And like some of the guys in wrestling, like you've helped blow them up and you fucking brought actors around indie shit and stuff. And so I get why the boys like that. I get why they're like, holy fuck, this is so cool. Right. And this isn't an indictment on them, but they're going to become like yes men. It's sort of this day and age of like, well, it's always been that way, but people just bow down and fucking we're all supposed to just not call Tone out on his bullshit because he's a billionaire and gives everyone money. Like, no, I'm going to call it out. So Paul Walter Hauser falls into that category of Stephen A. Smith. Like you come into wrestling, you talk like you fucking know anything about it. Meanwhile, you can't do it and your takes are shit. And you're braggadocious about it and condescending to people who question your fucking wrestling judgment. And you're shitty to Roman Reigns. And you say Saudi Arabia fans, it's gross that they get fucking a WrestleMania. You know? It's just dickhead shit. And then he ends up just deleting his fucking Twitter because you can't go after Jim Cornette, dude. Like, he'll fucking felt you. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a segment called Wrestling's Not Fake.
Wrestling's not fake!
And we will get into that other shit some other time. Let's get into... Are we still going long or what? There's over 300 watching tonight. It is America 250, the America 250 special show. I don't know how the fuck we have this many people watching, but God damn it, you all rule super hard. Okay, you guys go hard in the fucking paint. And so make sure you hit like, make sure you retweet this show or whatever. If you're watching on X, make sure you check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Shout out everybody for the super chats. Keep super chatting in, become a member or gift a membership. That's a cool thing to do. I do member shows weekly. Okay. And those are the plugs. And we have Kevin Pierpont's been a member for 14 months. It's been over a year.
You are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
And the fact there's over 310, it's climbing, goddammit. We're going up on America 250.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Shout out you guys. I know I have a round of applause somewhere, but don't matter. Okay? I'm going to reorganize this and hopefully StreamYard emails me back. So guys, I put a poll in the chat. No matter where you're watching the show, you just comment or go in the chat. Who do you think is the biggest lol cow in the IWC currently? 1 for Ibou, 2 for Dave Meltzer, 3 for Paul Walter Hauser, 4 for Steve Carrier. You know what? Steve Carrier's up there. I think he should get more fucking votes. You know, like that was pretty crazy. Right? And I think that's like the second or third crash out we've covered. He crashed out before PWT was even a thing. I think there's going to be more in the future. Okay. So I think Carrier should get some more votes. I voted Dave because he's always mine. So guys, let's get into a segment called what is this one again? This one's called Dirt Sheet Fails. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for Dirt Sheet Fails. Dirt Sheet Fails. So, Ringside News reported this. Drew McIntyre's agent says he has another movie role lined up amid WWE absence. And it's funny because LoPiccolo, well, he has this to say. In Hollywood, in the can means finished. So what Nick says, and we covered that on the show, he has one in the can that isn't even announced yet or anything. But yeah, in the can means done. Okay. So Drew has another movie finished, but Ringside News interpreted that as Drew McIntyre's another movie lined up after the Russell Crowe one, which that one's lined up. And I'm sure he does, but Nick meant in the can. Means finished in wrestling aggregation. Apparently it means we don't know what words mean. I'm begging wrestling sites to spend 11 seconds with a film glossary before committing headline crimes. And yeah, it's what happened before too when they were talking about call sheets like a month out. And it's like, what, dude? You don't get those a month out. So again, Nick LoPiccolo just destroying the dirt sheets. Speaking of getting destroyed, Jeff Lane calls out David Bixen's span. And he goes, David Bix sharing a Stranglemania script as a Vince Russo script when he didn't write Stranglemania. And I am John Pollock sharing the lie on Blue Sky is all you need to know about how wrestling news works. None of these people have any access to actual real information. Anyone that has ever worked with Vince knows he uses bullet points and not full dialogue scenes. Just a bunch of liars as usual. It's pathetic. You guys need to grow up. Jeff Lane calling these guys out as liars. And shout out Jeff Lane, friend of the show, who will come on this show, but he's a busy man, as you can see. He's dealing with some accusations in JCW. He's an on-screen character now, right? So El Hijo de Snowman says contract tampering is illegal, Sean Ross Sapp, which that's not contract tampering, but I think he's just trolling. And Sean Sapp says Kendall Gray versus Tekla is a dream match now. A dream match. Like, this is the problem, man. Words don't mean shit anymore. People just fucking a dream match. Tekla's new. Tekla and Kendall Gray are new,
Wrestling
so
for dirt
none of
bags
them
and lily
can-
pickers.
they haven't even achieved their dreams, let alone position themselves to give us dream matches. Okay? Fucking hell. So we talked about Vince Russo a bit, and he said, bro, let me tell you, Sami Zayn winning the title is an absolute joke. Bro, it is akin. David Arquette is a better champion. And of course, Vince Russo is doing this and saying this. And shout out Vince Russo as well. He was reacting to PWT on his Patreon show. And we exchanged a couple DMs, but I still keep it real over here, okay? Your boy Phil is going to keep it real. Vince is just saying this to work everybody up because he booked himself to be world champion. He understands this, okay? He totally understands this, but it is funny to make fun of. Here's a clip from the coach and bro, and Bro goes nuclear.
To say, oh, the guy's been in the industry for 13 years, he deserves it. Bullshit, bro. Sami Zayn didn't win anything. You know how many guys have been in the business 13 years, 17 years, 20 years?
That's the David Arquette story. He's like, yeah, I go backstage after I win the title and I go, man, I can't believe I won this. And I'm asking people, like, how many times did he's like, you know, sitting across from me, he's Booker T. And I go, Book, how many times did you win this? Have you won the title? And he's like, I haven't won it yet. And Arquette knew in that moment, he was like, oh, this is fucked up. Even David Arquette, that Mark, bro. David Marquette, more like it.
25 years. Mr. Perfect and Scott Hall died without ever winning a WWE world title. And I swear to God, bro, when wrestlers sound like Marks, it's freaking embarrassing to me.
Freaking embarrassing, bro. I invented the word Mark. David Marquette was less of a mark than Sammy Mark Zayn, bro.
Embarrassing to me. Sammy earned what? What did he earn? He worked harder than all the other wrestlers you see out there working? Really? This to me is an absolute joke. It's not about business anymore, Coach, because here's what business is about.
Okay.
Here's what business is about. Getting as many eyeballs on your product for your partners that are paying you. That's what the business is all about. You're going to tell me when Triple H makes a decision like that and every other ass clown in the room, you're going to sit there and tell me that they've convinced themselves this is best for business and this is going to bring more viewers to the show. Is it that, or are we going to give Sammy a big golden star on his forehead because of how hard he's been
The shape of an L on her forehead, bro.
working the last 13 years? It's a joke, bro. Bro, remember when Little League coach turned into everybody got a participation trophy?
Yes.
That's what this is. That's exactly what this is. And it's a joke. And I got to tell you, bro, if I was ESPN, if I was USA, if I was a Netflix, I would be beside myself. And I would look at this company and say to them, you're supposed to be the greatest wrestling company in the entire world. And you really believe this is the best you can do. That's what I would be saying this morning.
I don't know, man. Yeah, Vince Russo just like, obviously I disagree with what he's saying based off the fact that he made himself world champion, but he knows him saying this is going to get everybody talking about it. So shout out the Coach and Bro show, by the way.
Should I?
No, Coach, we don't care what you got to say. Vince, let's be honest here. You're the B-side of that fucking show. Let's just be totally crystal clear on that, okay? So, speaking of the A side of things, your boy Phil Marks had a couple tweets that I licked off myself just about the dirt sheets, and I wrote this, and it got 5K views, 113 likes, not bad. And I wrote, the sheets are all mad because they're shills for AEW and WWE's developmental in the middle of a rebuild phase kicked Forbidden Door's ass. They're scrambling, trying to spoil every inch of WWE returns, staying quiet about Mick Foley's hypocrisy, and crying about how there's less hype on AEW as a whole than Kendall Gray as one person. Okay? So we move along here, and here's Phil Marks's other takes here. We got so much elbow, guys. I can't wait. So I wrote this, and it got 4.2K views and 111 likes. Pretty fucking good. Notice WWE news lately is just randomly made up bullshit nobody can prove, and then stuff that was supposed to happen. Meanwhile, AEW is zero hype right now, other than those same people making things up about WWE saying AEW is white hot. Think about that for a second. Right? It's never been more glaringly obvious because there's nothing like, oh my God, right now going on in either company. Okay. So let's move along here. And this is, again, this has to do with Conrad and 83 weeks and all of that. And you guys know I like Eazy-E, Uncle Eric, right? I like him. And I also do like Conrad.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. You make fun of me more than fucking anybody. No, but you follow me. We follow each other, right? Me and Conrad, the mortgage guy. So we're cool. And way back, I shot him a DM like early in PWT, and I was like, you should come on my show. He probably never saw it, but he did follow me like years later. So, and the come on now, Eric thing is fucking hilarious.
Come on now, Eric.
Oh, come on now. That's not very fair to say it's not one of the top bits in the IWC. Con Jr. became a new member. Boy, the fucking member show catalog. So I like Connie. I do. I like Eric Bischoff. But I think they're taking an L on this one. And so this guy, Simon Cooper, it's not as big of an L as everybody's making it out to be, but it's an L, unfortunately, for the person they're doing business with. Okay? And I'm about to break this down here because this is a bigger story than anybody's made it out to be. So Simon Cooper says, hey, it's Conrad, Eric Bischoff, 83 weeks. Who's in charge of this sloppy AI thumbnail then? Now, let me just tell you something. Yes, that is poorly done AI. That's one prompt AI to get a Bischoff that doesn't even look like a Bischoff. And I'm not one of these guys. There's a lot of people in like the comic book space and shit who are trying to be like, well, I'm going to make my whole book with AI and I do AI art and shit. Like, no, I know how to prompt it really well. And that's true. If you know how to prompt AI and use it, yes, you can make like better, more realistic looking shit than the next person. Absolutely. Absolutely. But that's not like real fucking, it's not like real art. Like I don't consider that art, even though it takes time to prompt and study and learn how to use AI. Like you're using a web tool, bro. Like it's not like you're painting anything. And this is some one prompt. Like it's got the fucking standard, like there's 2 fucking fonts you get from AI. There's 2 and they're just like Canva style fonts that AI picks up on probably because everybody uses fucking Canva or whatever. And so this is like one prompt like that barely looks like Bischoff, you know. And yes, that's like lazy AI, if you want to call it that, if you're like an AI art snob or whatever. Now, I like AI, and I think it's funny when people make, I know a lot of people hate on this, and they're like, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. Haystack became a new member. Let's fucking go. Thanks for the support. Some people might be like, that's not very fair, but AI is like, people make funny songs with AI. Okay. People use it for thumbnails, image enhancing. That's fine. That's what it's used for. Like, think about YouTube. There's millions of people uploading billions of hours of content every day. Let's Google this. Let's ask AI, speaking of AI. How many hours of content is uploaded to YouTube every day? This is a commonly answered question. 700 and 720,000 hours of new content to YouTube every fucking day. And that's not counting Rumble and Patreon and fucking people's fucking private sites, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's a lot, man. So yeah, using AI for thumbnails, like you're trying to get a click. Now, if it's like using AI for a movie poster or something, no, because I gotta pay fucking $70 for a movie that just came out to get tickets and fucking popcorn and a drink, you know? So yeah, no, it shouldn't be used in shit like that. And AI won't replace like people writing scripts. You're starting to see even like car manufacturers in the US, they're like, yeah, we got to stop using AI. We need to rehire a bunch of people because the AI is not as proficient as human beings. It will never be. Okay. Now, will they use AI for CGI? Yes. Are people going to fuck that up and get busted? Yes. Do I give a fuck? And does it make a difference to the environment if people use AI to create an explosion or they blow up a real car? Now, visually, personally, Phil Marks, if you're asking me, some other people might disagree, but if you're asking me, if like practical effects are always cooler in movies for the most part. You know, it's hard if you're doing like Superman, it's gonna, you're gonna use a lot of CGI. But is it worse for the environment to like use AI to make an explosion or blow up a real car and then not get the take, but you're James Cameron, so then you blow up 5 more cars until you get the right take? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's worse? I don't fucking know. I'm not a scientist. I'm not fucking Matt Damon and Brie Bella worrying about the environment and shit. But for me, like AI for just quickly to like upload a podcast episode in that little square image. Yeah, I mean, that's what it should be used for if it can generate images and shit. You know what I mean? Just little fucking things like that. And I'm not saying like your content should be throwaway or anything, but like, you know, if you're using it for certain things, I think it's okay. I don't want to watch like an AI movie. I don't want to fucking see an AI musician like they've tried. You know what I mean? But for something like this, it's really not a big deal. But this is where it becomes a big deal. And this is what I point out to Conrad. And I don't think I got a response, unfortunately, because I was just trying to help a brother out. So this guy goes, oh, it's a sloppy AI thumbnail. Okay, whatever. Like it's just not a big deal, really. But that is AI. That's one prompt AI. Generate an image of Eric Bischoff on a roller coaster and write wrestling creative is a roller coaster ride. Like, you know, you could just prompt. That's a one prompt, whatever. And then so this guy goes, Dave Silva has made all of our graphics and thumbnails since the show started. Nobody lost their thumbnail gig to AI. And so this guy goes, either he lost his gig to it or he's become lazy and started using it. That doesn't even look like Eric. And then this guy goes, I just told you it's the same guy. Or I should be doing it in Conrad. Sorry. Oh, come on. That's not very fair to accuse him of using AI. I just told you it's the same guy. And actually, I'm invested in an AI company. If you click the link down below, you save 10% on AI. Hey, DG Silva. Then he tags him in it. Wants you to know he doesn't like this graphic. He didn't say anything about the previous 10,000. And then this guy goes, come on. Oh, he goes, come on. Oh, come on now, Eric. Oh, my God. This guy hit him with a come on. Oh, come on now.
Wrestling's not fake!
You can't defend this garbage. Lord knows you can afford a real artist with the amount of ads you run. Eric Bischoff say no to bad AI. Now, here's the problem with this AI. Was this AI? These are AI. And yes, you don't need to ask AI if this is AI. You can clearly see that's AI. Okay, guys? Here's the thing, too. Let's say you fucking take a picture, you and your wife. Then you put like a filter over it. Let me put that light filter because it's dark and iPhones have so much. And then you fucking save that photo, then you send it to someone or you upload it. It will register as like 90% AI. But this, you don't need to ask any AI if that's AI. It's clearly AI. But then Conrad goes, a real artist, the same guy who has done these since 2016 made it. He gets paid every month. I get you're against AI taking folks' jobs, but that's not what happened. So where's my response to this? because I just completely fucking destroy Conrad. And this guy goes, Conrad, you can't be this ignorant. He literally generated it in 2 minutes and put the podcast logo on it. Here's a near identical photo. It took 30 seconds. And this is this is like the Canva style Hulk Hogan style lettering that AI uses all the time. This is like a Canva font. I'm telling you, I see it all the time now. JD from NY's thumbnails, everything. So Conrad says, I know I replied somewhere. Maybe I bookmarked it, but Conrad says, trying to figure out what you'd like me to do here. I pay a guy to do graphics, and the same guy's done it for a decade. He's included in this thread. Are you campaigning for me not to hire real humans? And my response was, look, Conrad, it's not that that you pay the guy, right? It's that you're fucking paying a guy to do shitty one prompt AI. Like, if you're paying him the same amount you used to, then that's a fucking L. And he's like, do you want, AI to take people's jobs? No, that's not what anybody's talking about. They're more triggered by the slop AI. Now, that's not my gripe. My gripe is it is a little bit like, you could make that look more like Eric, but whatever, like, who cares about that? My thing that I'm offended by, and Conrad, I know that you can save with Conrad. You like to save everybody money. Well, head on to the link below, savewithphil.com. Save yourself some money, Conrad. While I spit some fucking game on you, you're paying this guy to make this level of slop. If you're paying anybody, Conrad, you could do this in 1 second on Grok. You don't need to pay anybody. Pay me, and I'll teach you how to do this in 30 seconds. Like, you should have a chat with that dude about integrating AI into his shit. And if he's going to, do it better and do it in a way where people actually look like the person. And figure out the way so you could Photoshop Eric Bischoff's head on a roller coaster ride, and then you could use AI to do image enhancement and to blend the image and stuff. Photoshop does that. You can't avoid it. Like, even if you use Photoshop, there's so many AI tools now on Photoshop, like even their background remover. You used to have to fucking separate the image, cut it into layers. You can just AI, but everything uses AI. So you really can't fault anybody for using AI or fault them. Okay? You really can't these days. Like, everyone's going to do it. And it has really good image enhancement, especially qualities that you can't really find by using some of these dated, Photoshop plays catch up to Canva on certain things. Canva plays catch up to Grok on certain things, especially with image generation. It's like, Conrad, you should be offended that you're paying someone to just one prompt some bullshit out. Like, you're paying someone to do that. You could have done that in 30 seconds. Instead of arguing with this guy on Twitter, you could have taken that same amount of time and knocked out every episode this month with 1 or 2 prompts. So that's what the issue is in my book, anyways. Yeah. So we move along here. And I destroyed Jon Alba.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So Jon Alba posted this, and he's talking with Sap, and these two are giving the most Drek, and just look at that pompous fucking look on his face. And they're giving the most drab fucking base level, surface level, basic bitch take. JD gave the same take, but Alba will call him a fucking grifter for it, oddly enough. And this is the same, just lame take about the Oba Brock shit. Let's take a listen.
I'm a firm believer that a lot of pro wrestling companies these days simply cannot get.
Who cares? Fix your mic. How about that? How about if you're going to look that fucking pompous while you say this, fix your mic first.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing this? Anyone could do what JD does. Are you sure about that, dude? Are you sure? Because last time I checked, his audio's way better than whatever the fuck you have going on here.
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
Out of their own way. They come up with a lot of really good ideas, or they have an end goal, a game plan. They want to get someone from here to here. And for whatever the reason, they can't take a linear path there.
Because linear's boring. You fucking dumbass. This is the dumbest shit ever. They can't just take the linear path because it's not linear. Do you understand? Oh, the Lord of the Rings, man, the linear path. They just get on the eagle and throw the fucking ring in the fucking lava. Oh, the movie's super bad. They just they wait for McLovin to come out, the linear path, and then they fucking just get the alcohol and then go to the party and then they fuck chicks. The linear path. Whoa, go on a walk, bud. This is called entertainment. You watch a movie because fucking... I pointed Indiana Jones. They opened the box anyways. He doesn't have to do any of the shit he does. But we're glad he did. And it made billions of dollars because it's so good. Because it's not the linear path. And that is actually the linear path. They opened the box anyway, but he goes around. You have to go up and down and around and ebbs and flows. And you got character arcs. It's called a character arc. Oh, an arc? Is an arc lineal? Let's ask AI. Is an arc linear? Huh. An arc structurally functions primarily in compression rather than pure linearity. We just pwned you with science. Like, what are you talking? They can't take the linear way there. We know, simpleton. That's why we watch the show. Do you know who takes the linear way? AEW. Dave tells you it's going to happen. They have a bunch of matches. The match happens. That's your favorite company.
If your idea was that Obafemi would not be challenging for a world title at SummerSlam, but rather in the future, potentially at WrestleMania, why did you make the King of the Ring stipulation?
So stupid.
It's not so stupid. It's not so stupid. The winner gets a title shot. Oh, they didn't do the title shot then at SummerSlam. How is that so stupid? It's like Money in the Bank. No. It's like when fucking who I think Billy Gunn went after the Intercontinental title. It's like when Cena won the Rumble and went, I'm going to fight Orton at No Way Out or whatever the fuck.
Connect to SummerSlam.
But they connected it to SummerSlam. Okay. And they have to do it there. No, they don't. The card's subject to change. When the fuck? It's not like some promise set in stone. It's like the Money in the Bank. Nope. The Money in the Bank, you can just run out and win the belt. Oba's going to say when he fights for the title. This story is about drawing parallels between Brock and Oba. The most predictable thing would have been Brock fucks Oba, Oba versus Brock at SummerSlam, Jay, King of the Ring. That would have been the most predictable thing. Instead, you have Sami Zayn as your champion. Everyone's melting down. Nobody knows what's going to happen on Raw. Could Cody Rhodes win the title? Or could Sami Zayn defend against him?
All you had to do was say, it will guarantee the winner a future championship match. And no one is having this conversation right now because they know that Obafemi will have a future championship match whenever that comes to pass. This was an unforced error that convoluted things unnecessarily.
It literally did not convolute anything. Like, everybody can wrap their brains around this, right? He's about to call his shot. Brock interjects. Brock calls his own shots. They've established that for years. Obafemi's the ruler. It gives him more time to carry that fucking crown around. Because he's M'Baku in this motherfucker. Wakanda forever. Okay? It's pretty simple. It's just, oh shit, we've seen this before. He's going to wait to get his title shot after he deals with Brock. Why? Because Brock interjected himself. Why? Because Brock always interjects himself, even when he doesn't have to. Even when he goes, I'm the champ, I'm joining the Rumble. Tosses out 15 people, then gets eliminated. He didn't even need to there. That's his character type. Remember when Brock interjected in the fucking Money in the Bank? Remember when Brock showed up and just attacked Cody Rhodes? He just does what he wants. So it just fully fits that. And they're passing the torch to Oba, and Oba's going to be the next I do what I want guy. And he's already doing that because he'll take the title shot when he gets the title shot. Now you can go, that's stupid. Okay. So then let's say this, he forfeits the title shot. You want to talk about convoluting things. So then why don't they do this? He forfeits the title shot entirely. And then he beats Brock in Hell in a Cell? Well, by my math, that would make him probably in line for a title shot. Anyone in kayfabe who beats Brock in a Hell in a Cell at a SummerSlam, probably going to get a title shot anyway. So like, what the fuck are we talking about? It's the simplest thing. It didn't convolute anything. What it did is made everybody go, oh, the champ's going to be at SummerSlam. And all of you dirt sheet dumb fucks go, they said it's SummerSlam. They said it's supposed to be SummerSlam. Why isn't it at SummerSlam? It's supposed to be at SummerSlam. They just work you guys up into a frenzy. Then I make fun of you. And then we all talk about it longer. That's all they're doing. And it just keeps fans on their toes. It's not like a shock. Oh, the lights go out and it's Sabu. But it's like, okay, I didn't see that coming. I thought Brock was going to fuck him out of the thing. Well, why didn't they just do that? Because everybody thought that's what was going to happen. So you just want the simple, linear, just do. Okay. All right, simpleton, stay writing for Screen Rant or whatever. This is the big boys now. This is the big boy leagues. This is WWE.
And if you are into the idea of having a payoff match between Obafemi and Brock Lesnar, particularly here in Hell in a Cell, that's great. But there was no reason that a straight path to it could not have been taken.
Right. And you just want to make the most boring show ever. And just the pompous look on his face. And so I say this, holy fuck, and I went off here. Holy fuck, this is the dumbest shit ever. These guys are acting like Obafemi isn't over or it isn't working or something. It is working. He's mega over. And that should not go unsaid. Like, Oba's super over, man. If this like wasn't working and everyone's like, well, this is fucking stupid, like then it wouldn't work, but it's working. So like, shut up. It's not that bad, bro. If you're going to take this much of a fucking gripe. Now, granted, he did say like other wrestling companies do this too, but then it's just like, no, you don't. We know you don't think that. The linear path, as in predictable, repeat, boring bullshit instead of keeping fans on their toes and giving them a reason to watch the show every week. Brock Lesnar came back. Oh, fuck. I need to watch Raw. I can't miss, right? He should just beat everyone, then win the belt, and then on to the next one. That's what they want. They just beat everyone, win the belt, and then on to the next one. Throw them away. That's what AEW fans do. And I go, fuck drawing the parallels between Brock and Oba during the torch passing process. Forget making money and giving Brock what he wants as he wraps up his career. Screw actually elevating people into big-time stars. Just give the babies their cookies so they stop crying. That's what these guys want. And then Alba goes, I wasn't going to take the bait, but I will. Where in this did I say doing a third Brock match is a bad idea? It's promising a steak, then pushing the steak aside. No, the steak is still there. They're still there. A steak in what? A steak in what? A steak in SummerSlam. Okay, but you could argue that Brock Oba Hell in a Cell is bigger stakes than Oba fights Sami Zayn. You know what I'm saying? If the plan was never for him to have the match at SummerSlam, why make King of the Ring for a SummerSlam title match? That's semantics. Which I get it. Semantics, you need them to argue your position, but that's just semantics. Like, okay, I don't know. Why did Cena win the Rumble, then fight at No Way Out for the belt? That's like the least important thing. You're trying to get hung up on, well, they said SummerSlam. Okay, but they also say cards subject to change in fine print. Like, what are you crying about? Fuck you crying about? They also said El Hijo would be fighting for the Cruiserweight title on NXT, and he got hurt and had to fucking show up on SmackDown. Allegedly. So like, what are you going to cry about that too? Like, who cares? That's like that's besides the point. It's about what are they offering and how are we getting there? Is it ass? Does it not make sense? No, it all makes sense. It's pretty digestible. It makes a lot of sense actually, you know? And so I go, funny how you and JD from, I say people genuinely thought Jey Uso was going to beat Oba. Funny how you and JD from NY are saying the exact same thing, but you'll label him a grifter, by the way. And then Alba goes, imagine if he had won the Royal Rumble and then said, never mind, I don't want the title match. I want to face blank instead. But that's not what Oba did. Brock challenged him. Oba accepted. And then the GM, and then Oba said, the title match will still be there. And then the GM said, yep, it will be. You can take care of business. They explain it. It is the same idea. Okay, so what Cena did, he fought Orton at No Way Out instead of WrestleMania. Don't promise something and then deliver something else entirely. Why should anyone care about that stake going forward? Why should anyone care about, hey, the title shot's going to be at this show, and then once in a while, and then there's an exception to the rule? Like, what are you crying about? So every now and then they deviate and there's an exception to the rule, like Cena fighting Orton at No Way Out. And why should anybody care? Why do you care then? Cena did shit like this 10 years ago and you still care. You're crying about this right now. You tell me. You're the one who cares so much about it, John. Holy fuck. And I just go, no, it isn't. It's not the Royal Rumble. And I can imagine that because John Cena literally did that and fought Orton for the title at No Way Out instead of WrestleMania before. And I wrote, if you want to be spoon-fed and handheld through everything, that's fine. But if it's mind-boggling to you, that's the words he used, that's just a personal comprehension issue or something. And he actually tweeted twice. He actually responded twice. I think I have it bookmarked. But he actually did like 2 responses before I even got in my one as well. And I was like, yo, chill the fuck out. No, it wasn't bad. He's not like spurging, and I was being real tough on him. But I did that because my defenses were up because I went at Walter Hauser, but I was being like in very good taste, and then he just low blowed. He went low blow, and I was like, I ain't gonna let Alba do that shit to me, you know? Because like I was kind to Walter Hauser, then it blew up in my face. Let me just see. No, this is what he said. The point is going over your head. And then he said that other thing before I could even respond once. That's facts. So he goes, the point is going over your head. It's not that the prize was a title match and they chose not to do it now. It's that the prize was specifically a title match at SummerSlam. Okay, so then they move it to SmackDown the night before. Like, that is literally something that's been done in wrestling so many times. Like, you're just literally nitpicking some semantic. It doesn't matter. The title shot at SummerSlam, there's going to be one. Oba's just not in it. There's still a title match. Oba's still wrestling, and you could argue bigger stakes because Brock's career's on the line in a fucking Hell in a Cell. So now the stakes are even bigger. And Oba will get his title match down the line, so the stakes of the King of the Ring were the same. Holy fuck, bud. And then they say, never mind. Like, see, this is just a guy being a baby. Then they go, never mind. Nope, take it away. No. We're still getting all of the same things. It's just more epic now. If it had just been future title match, there's no conversation. Okay, John. And I go, it's not going over anyone's head but yours. And he tapped out, by the way. I say, Oba still gets his title shot regardless. He just has to deal with Brock first, who's historically inserted himself and changed the trajectory of the world title numerous times. Like the Royal Rumble, he decided to enter in as champion, for instance. And I wrote this. This is a great example. Thanos wasn't never mind, quote unquote, just because the Avengers had to beat Ebony Maw's ass first. They had 3 hours of movie to fill. You need to keep Oba away from the title and from squashing everyone because you're not trying to hotshot book him and blow your wad too early, especially in this day and age. And again, what does Alba want? Give it to me now, and then what? Oba becomes champ, and then what? And then what? It's clearly about getting as much longevity and drawing as many parallels between Oba and Brock as possible during this torch passing process. Again, so SummerSlam is a big event for Brock. The next big thing, the Hell in a Cell, because Undertaker put over Brock in that gruesome Hell in a Cell in 02-03 No Mercy. And Brock is going to do the same for Oba. There's just so many parallels. I've drawn them ad nauseum this week. Alba's felt it. He gets destroyed. So Dave Meltzer says, Great American Bash did 394K. You can't say I didn't warn them over and over. Nobody listens to you, Dave, so you didn't warn anybody. Jon Alba goes, I just don't see the upside in continuing to do this. Putting it head-to-head with these big AEW shows for the sake of it is a big disservice to a lot of the NXT talent. John, Will Cruz or whatever his name is, Mason Rook, evil fucking, or he wasn't on the PLE, but Kendall Gray and Lola Vice, they were seen by 400,000 people on TV and then Netflix international views. How is that a disservice? The fact that Ospreay and Moxley and all of these fucking guys, the Bucks and Kenny Omega in your company, the fact that they get compared to fucking Lola Vice and Kendall Gray and who else? Name these new guys, Keanu Carver and fucking Shaquan and Tavion Heights. That's who you're crying about. And it's hurting them. They're developmental. If you spend 1 millisecond even seriously comparing that to AEW, then you clearly are being disingenuous if you believe that AEW is a fucking challenger brand in any form or fashion. Like, clearly AEW is not nowhere near as hot as everybody fucking says it is, if that's the case. So he goes, putting it head to head with these big AEW shows for the sake of it is no. Nobody watched FCW that was on the same nights as fucking pay-per-views and shit. Nobody watched OVW when it was on as the same nights as WWE pay-per-views even. Like, what are we talking about? NXT is in front of more people than developmental even should be, in my opinion. And the fact that you guys look at where NXT's at and even compare that to AEW is fucking nutty, dude. That main event deserved more live eyes. There's so many days of the week and time slots to choose from. Yeah, like Tuesday at 10 when I have free time and I'll stream it then. Fuck your live eyes, dude. Holy fuck. Like, see, he's just a dummy dumb. And so Jon Alba says, my favorite thing on the internet is when people try to explain every very obvious things as if it's this major revelation. Oh, you mean like you explaining the fucking SummerSlam title shot? You mean like that? Like, fuck, man. And El Plethora goes like, how you're a coward for not asking Jay Lethal about allegations made against him when you had the chance. Then when I confronted you, you said you didn't know enough about it. And I asked if you were going to learn about it and you stopped responding. Yeah, tell me about it, brother. So Alba just gets fucking destroyed there, dude. Like, big time destroyed. Now, speaking of getting destroyed, guys, this is the last thing. This has been a long fucking show. There's 320 watching. Hit like, subscribe, super chat in, get some support in, gift some fucking memberships, become a member, retweet the show. Thank you guys all for being here. What an amazing, it's the 4th of July. It's hot as shit. You guys are with me. And I appreciate the fuck out of that. So, Elbu, one of my most infamous fools. Mr. Ed Gillette posts this. Just some screen grabs of Elbu. So here's him saying, momentum is contagious. When you win over New York, you eventually win over the nation. So we remember that. We've covered some of these, but we're just reiterating here. If Forbidden Door is never going to do the promotional animosity supremacy angle and the actual key people from New Japan are not going to be much of a factor on the show, I'd prefer they just retire the concept and make Redemption the early June show. The New Japan pro wrestling that's on these TVs is as New Japan as the Alliance was in WCW. On a half-related note, I've personally found the last month of Dynamite to be functional and logical, but really lacking in creative flair in terms of ideas, angles, show structure, format, story concepts. It's a really formulaic show with formulaic matches. Meanwhile, Dave and Brian are like, it's so WWE and it's great. It's amazing. These storylines. And Elbu glazes Dave. Formulaic post-match angles and not much of an interest. Beyond anything, I'm just searching for people within the blob of bodies to hone in and care about and reasons to give a shit about who wins and loses the matches taking place. So he's just saying they're going to take over New York, but then he's like spurging out criticizing AEW like a day later. And then look at what he says. Los dos combates que WWE ha anunciado para el SNME. So the first two matches, Danhausen, who's super over in New York, has merch with the Knicks. Super over in New York, but Elbu doesn't know that because he doesn't really watch basketball. And then you have the women's tag title, Fatal Influence versus Legends Brie Bella and Paige. And these are just the first 2 matches announced. These aren't even the fucking main events and shit. Okay? So slow your roll. And Elbu goes, outright spitting in the face of New York fans. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Danhausen. You mean the guy that they made merch of and everything? Like, what are you talking about, man? And so I posted this, and if you guys look, 87,000 views, 1.4K likes. Bro, before I came on the air, I was fucking reading the quote tweets to this tweet and the replies, and I was fucking rolling, dying, laughing, tears rolling down my face. My wife was like, what's so funny? Reading the responses to my tweet of this fucking screen grab. Okay. Like, I was rolling reading the quote tweets. And so Elbu said this, and on the 4th of July, I go, hashtag never forget. Oh my God, I'm a sick. And I go, hashtag never forget. And look at this. Elbu said this in 2022. AEW has drawn many comparisons to WCW Nitro in its 3 years of existence, but the one thing they didn't have until now was a Goldberg-like, white-hot, undefeated phenomenon that organically became an overnight sensation. Hook is AEW's Goldberg. Hook. And, like, I don't want to knock Hook, but, like, bro, he's just in fucking Ring of Honor doing nothing, still developing, gets moved down to developmental Ring of Honor because he ain't shit now. And that's no knock on Hook, dude. That's a knock on AEW. You can't progress, right? And then the cherry on top is hashtag AEW Rampage. You fucking mark. It doesn't even exist.
Epic fail. Failure.
Oh my God. And the IWC just went nuts with this. Like, read some of these replies. I was just liking everyone's shit. That's hilarious. Jobbers laughing. Nicely done. Laughing. Think this might be a joke, lads. Bro. Genuinely could have been if Tony Khan had a working brain. Bro, you don't have a working brain if you think that. I blocked him a while back only to find out a bit later I really miss seeing his ridiculously dumb posts. God, what a terrible take. Poor Hook. What a fucking moron. Hook didn't deliver the arena's pack chanting for him. I don't know, man. It's just, they just flopped Hook. And for him to say that, like, it's the same thing with Wheeler and Yuta being Austin and The Rock and shit. Like, look at them. They're just fucking J-Brons. So Ed Gillette posts this. You got to admire that level of confidence without having any knowledge or credibility. So here's Elbu in 24. The big takeaway coming out of Collision is Wheeler Yuta is in position to turn heads and be a relevant player on the shows again for the first time since 22. He's think about where Yuta is right now. He's on form wrestling wise, got himself back into shape after slacking in that department last year due to shoulder issues, and he cut the great promo. I'm not sure what the ceiling is for even the best possible version of Wheeler Yuta, but again, he's poised to make noise. The worst writer, like this is like, people read this who really write and they go, this is like fake smart guy shit. He's a smart guy, do. And then Elbu goes, Walter deadass should have quit when they presented him with Gunther. This is in 22 as well. He should have quit when they called him Gunther. Now look at Gunther. You know what I'm saying? Ha ha ha, I'm back. Gifted 1 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Fucking huge support, dude. Shout out whoever got that. Appreciate that. And yeah, so Elbu just taking another L, man, with the whole name thing and then putting over fucking Yuta like this. And so here's some of the quote tweets. This guy goes, goes, I got one when he got exposed for not watching Lucha. He confused Bandito for Phoenix. Deleted the tweet, but y'all know it's real. This guy's the biggest grifter of all time. He's trash and can't analyze wrestling. So here's Hangman going, Bandito versus El Hijo del Vikingo, AAA Triple Mania, XXX was really fun, and Vikingo is physically inhuman. And this is before, I think, Musk rolled out edits. So then he deleted it and then reposted. Now, this guy could be like trolling me here, working me. I don't know. But Elbu deleted that, then reposted a new version of the tweet. You know what I'm saying? 12:30 a.m. Let's look at the time. There's no time. Ray Phoenix versus El Hijo del Vikingo. It was really fun, and Vikingo was physically inhuman. Do you know what I'm saying? So he just fucks up. But Daddy Dave, right? He's got to suck up to him. And so here's Elbu saying this. And shout out all the quote tweeters, man. Like, they were just popping me, man. Elbu goes, he's doing bigger and better things, but Ricochet would have also been a good grande Americano. Bro, get the fuck out of here. Dummy. Man. Yeah. This is the problem. Like, it's not because Ludwig can speak all these languages and he can speak on Espanol, and it's not because the great work he did. It's none of that, though. Ricochet would be good because flips and lucha, and this is just a dumb gimmick. That's how they all viewed it at the start, right? And then look what it's become. Ricochet could not have had that match with fucking Gable or Ludwig. Jesus Christ, man. Just the worst, the absolute worst takes. Like, it's okay to have like a bold take and be wrong or whatever, but like just to consistently have the worst analysis of pro wrestling in the history of the biz. And then you fucking get glazed by Dave and Dave pats you on the head. And then you fucking suck up to Dave and Dave goes, oh, my fans are smarter. Elbows of the smarter ilk. Holy fuck, you mushed brain morons. So, again, man, he's just turning heel on New York. And he goes, broadly speaking, New York crowds are washed. Smart crowds in general are fried. This is in 25. And then all of a sudden, they do a show, Double or Nothing. And then Elbu's going, once you get New York, you take over. But I thought a year ago their crowds are washed. So are they washed or not, buddy? No, they're back now because like things change. No. You're saying they're fucking washed. That means finished. Now all of a sudden, if you take over New York, you take over the world because Double or Nothing does 14K there. Like, this, just the worst takes in hindsight ever, buddy. Okay? People got annoyed by me going hot lucha summer for months. And then WWE bought AAA. Okay? Like, where's that moment for you, Elbu? You don't have one like that. Because you're fucking cooked. Okay? You make up people cheat on each other, and then your takes on this shit are washed, buddy. You're washed. That era of crowd is done. The smart crowds in general are fried. That era of crowd is done. The best American crowds now are just the ones that are loud and sincere and passionate. You get them in NC, Texas, Cali. What? Elbu, go to bed. Okay, so this is the last one here, guys. This is the very last one. And so Drago says, have WWE realized, this is another one of the quote tweets. They go, have WWE realized their big mistake yet? Big mistake here, big mistake, big mistake. I said big mistake. So look at this. So this is Dijak when he posted this pic. Dijak, who just was in a tag team that got over, and then Baron Corbin got signed back, but Dijak is not getting signed back. Now, I'm sorry to say this, but Dijak, oh, I hate to do this, but I said it before, so I'll just reiterate it now because it's the fucking truth. He was talking to Sheets. You fucked up! You fucked up! Now, I've personally seen convos he's had with one of these sheets that's such a low-tier sheet, I don't even know if it exists anymore. Okay? And I've seen it. And he's not sitting there like stooging major big plans. He just kind of was like putting himself over. It's nothing that offensive, but WWE's cut that off. You see proof in that. Corbin's coming back. He shuts down the sheets all the time. Dijak was accused of stooging to him. Ibou bigs him up. Ibou's like, oh, WWE made a big mistake here, big mistake. No offense, but now Dijak is doing Skyscrapers version 3.0 with a dude most people have not heard of in MLW. I'm not hating on it. I actually like it. I like MLW's booking. I like Dijak. With this other Bishop, not Bishop Dyer, but Josh Bishop, I think his name is, right? I like that. I'm not even trying to shit on Dijak. I'm actually a Dijak fan. I've always thought that he could have done bigger things, like everybody thought in WWE for sure. But business end of things, whatever. So this is when he was released, and of course, Ibou's bigging him. They made a big mistake. What's the big mistake? Fast forward 2 fucking years, and Corbin's got his job back, and Enzo Amore has his fucking job back. A guy that you guys all fucking clowned until he started getting in with the indies and fourth rope and all that shit. Everybody clowned him and cried about him not being a good wrestler and shit and being a menace. Him, Big Bill, and Corbin are all getting signed back to WWE. Dijak is just in MLW doing Skyscrapers 3 with a guy. You know what I'm saying? He got left behind in the dust again. So again, just another bad take, which anybody could see a mile away. But Ibou's going to glaze it because why? I mean, I'm not going to... Let's just say, imagine a world where, in Dreamland, right? He probably fucking has talked to Dijak before. Go on Self-Made. I bet they got an interview with Dijak or something. That's all I'll say. But, okay, that's why he's going to not bury that or say what he's saying. By the way, not to bury Dijak either, not trying to blow up his spot, but I seen what I seen. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dirt Sheet Fails. Of Ibou. We've been on the air for 4.5 hours, guys. Let's end our poll. Massive supports. We have 330 people watching us into the wee hours. Happy July 4th. It's July 5th in some places. Who do you think is the biggest lol cow in the IWC currently? We will end this poll. Ibou got 13%. Dave Meltzer got 27%. Paul Walter Hauser got 53%. Steve Carrier, for me, is up there. He might have got my vote if I could go back in time. He got 7%. And Paul Walter Hauser, yeah, I think that's fair, right? Because he's like a super famous guy now. And he's like in movies with A-listers. And he just got totally destroyed by Jim Cornette and then had to delete his Twitter. And like he got destroyed by me and multiple other people. So, yeah, that's how it goes down. Okay, guys. So thank you for being here. PWT Universe, you guys are goated. Check me out for Memba Monday. Get your memberships. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I have been Phil S. Marks, and I will see you guys next time. Happy.
Tony Khan is the best guy. Ooh, yeah. Dave woke up on a Wednesday night, got the star ratings ready, feeling just right. Tone booked a ladder match, 12 flips in a row. Dave said, 6 stars, brother, let's go. The ratings dipped a little, but that's okay. There's always a reason by the end of the day. When the message boards crumble and wonder why, Dave just smiles and starts to type. Maybe you just don't understand the art. That's the line before he plays his part. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and he'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. huge announcement again. The biggest announcement since 10 announcements ago then. Dave got excited before it was said. Already handing out flowers in his head. The forums laughed, the podcast cried, the tribal wars burned all night. But Dave was there with a brand new take, explaining every questionable mistake. The critics yell from far and wide, but Dave is always by Tone's side. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong, and I'll tell you why. If Tone Books didn't certify, Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone on the phone at 2:45.
Dave, what'd you think of the show?
Dave said, Tone, that was wrestling history.
That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, bro.
The fans keep arguing year after year, but Dave's got 5 more stars to give right here.